What am I wearing today? Shit.
I find your hand in my pocket. I'm going to cut it off.
To wear. Nah. I want to wear something light. Oof. Meow. Let's go really good. Yeah. Alright, fuck it. I'm in guild armor. I'm wearing any. Oh. That. That looks so stupid. It looks so fucking stupid. Uh-uh.
The God's Gate. Across the river to the northeast lies Ingle Barrow. Steer clear of that foul place, lest the walking dead claim you as their own.
Yeah. Fuck it, I got my build now. Let's just go. Whoop. Hmm. Tap.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah.
Brothers and sisters of the Circle, today we welcome a new soul into our mortal fold. This man has endured, has challenged, and has shown his valor. Who will speak for him?
I stand witness to the courage of the soul before us.
Would you raise your shield in his defense?
I would stand at his back, that the world might never overtake us.
And would you raise your sword in his honor?
It stands ready to meet the blood of his foes.
And would you raise a mug in his name?
I would lead the song of triumph as our mead hall reveled in his stories.
Then the judgment of this circle is complete. His heart beats with fury and courage that have united the companions since the days of the distant green summers. Let it beat with ours, that the mountains may echo and our enemies may tremble at the call.
It shall be so.
Well, boy, you're one of us now. I trust you won't disappoint.
Some people don't think I'm smart. Those people get my fist. But you, I like.
You still need to prove yourself, Whelp. Until next time. Are you looking for help with something? This is a busy time.
You're someone who can get things done. I like that. Watch what you're doing.
Come to me with questions. Huh? What brings you to me? Find some strange creature in your travels?
You should probably be in bed. You're looking a bit under the weather.
Azura's wisdom to you, friend.
What do you
This
need?
had better be important.
I was the newest companion until you came along. I guess that's okay. Just means I can show you the
I
ropes.
can't keep helping you with everything.
The latest recruit, right? Wait, is that right?
I've heard you may actually be stronger than you look. Perhaps we can
Might
hunt-
head down to the meadery later. See what you're brewing up.
I'm waiting.
You can smell the honey.
I can't keep
All
helping
right.
you with everything. You again.
Oh, got more to say.
Are you on? I'm waiting. Let's not waste any time.
You again.
Oh. Moo.
Let's get going. I'm heading home if you need me.
One day when you and I are on the circle, we can change how things are run around here.
I don't think that's how the circle works.
They're lording it over us all the time, man.
Young warriors are smart to listen to older ones. They've lived.
all these young ones.
Worried one of them is going to take your place?
Some of them might try. That's not what I'm worried about.
What then?
They might get themselves killed.
By you.
They should come somebody.
I've heard you may actually be stronger than you look. Perhaps we can hunt together someday.
Come to me with questions. I know our history almost as well as Vignar by now.
You still need to prove yourself, whelp. Are you looking for help with something? I wish more of our ranks asked such questions. I've started seeing the companions as a kind of family. I've battled next to every man and woman here, and the bonds of sweat are stronger than those of blood. I would trust anyone here with my life, which is more than I'd say for the milk drinkers who raised me. I learned the ways of the blade in the Great War, nearly lost my life outside the Imperial City. I came home to Skyrim when it was all over, but I wasn't much good at anything other than fighting. Wandered around as a blade for hire. It was a damned good one, too. The money was good, and the women were good, and the drinks were good. But I was losing myself, my heart. I was lucky the companions found me. Now there's a reason to be fighting. The honor of my brothers and sisters is worth more than coin. Of course the money is still good. And the drinks. One of the guards from Dragon's Reach came to me, worried about a prisoner who's escaped. The Jarl has too much on his mind right now. We won't be troubling him with this. At this point, they don't care what happens to him, and neither do I. Best to just kill him and be done with it. Be careful. This man is known to be dangerous. All right then.
I've heard you may actually... Aren't you already running a job for Skior? Come talk to me when you finish that up. Blood running hot? Let's not waste any time.
Me voy a acostar si quieres ver la tele allá un rato.
No, I'm fine.
No, ok, que me voy a acostar. Dejé ahí cosas porque estoy sacando papeles para tirar, pero todavía tengo ahí todo lo que está. Pero esto está peor aquí. Pero anyway, ya voy a... Mejor me voy a acostar.
Okay.
Ok, si quieres ver la tele ahí.
I'll be fine. Gracias.
Ok, gracias. I want to take some more because it all to me. So my skin is so like so dry and itchy. Okay, because there's no anyway.
unworthy flee before the Master's power.
Fuck you. Fuck you too.
Oh, what happened?
This is a horseman camp. Holy shit. Horseman camp. It's a horseman camp, I can tell. Oh no, is it? Oh no, it's a Stormcloak camp. No, never mind.
Legion soldiers gleam like fresh fallen snow and clank like attention. They head this way, we'll know it.
Next Imperial I see is dead.
A little light.
You still need to... Bit by bit, we bring honor to this land. And you brought honor to the companions. More importantly, some gold. Yes, I have something special. But it's not for everyone to hear. Meet me in the Underforge tonight. We will speak more. I forget that you've never seen it. Beneath the Skyforge, where a Yorlin lurks. The door is hidden, but I will show you the way.
Let's get going. What do you need to take?
What does she have on her? Oh, wow.
Lead on, then.
Not now. The Underforge, tonight. Not now. The Underforge, tonight.
I'm gonna go chill at the hotel.
If you're looking for a challenge, you've come to the right place.
Are you feeling all right, dear? You look a little ill.
weapon do you like, Harbinger?
When I was young, I favored bigger swords, much like you. Uplifting. But I still enjoy the heft of a good hammer.
Big swords should always be little swords.
Brave hearts, less weapons. That's the design.
Are you prepared? This is no test, new blood. This is a gift. Come inside.
Hmm.
Are you awake? I was starting to think you might never come back. Yours was not an easy transformation, but you're still alive, so congratulations. We even have a celebration planned for you. There's a pack of werewolf hunters camped nearby, at Gallows Rock. The Silver Hand. I think you've met them before. We're going to slaughter them. All of them. Lead on. Skior's already scouting ahead.
I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Speak to me, Shield brother. Looks like you got someone already.
Alright.
Well, well. Another maggot squats beneath my tomb. Look at this. Cowards must have locked the place down after Skior charged in. You can taste the fear.
Oh, there it is.
Well, well.
Never should have come here.
No sign of him. Nobody we know by the smell. Some can't separate the animal from themselves. Go feral. This poor sod could have been anyone. We should keep moving. No sign of him. Nothing we can do for these ones now. Don't even want to think.
Someone there? Someone there?
Thought I heard something.
Do your worst.
someone there? No sign of him.
Really?
Someone there? Someone do something! I'm getting...
Is someone there?
Fucker. Huh. Hell yeah. Damn it. Shit. Damn it.
Getting closer. Be careful. Their leader is a tricky one. They call him Skinner. I don't think I need to tell you why. This should be good. What was that?
Die!
I'll kill you!
I'm getting out of here.
Fuck you.
Someone there. Over here. Pick up some steel if you want to fight me. A fight?
I cannot best you!
Somehow they managed to kill Skiora. He was one of the strongest we had, but numbers can overwhelm. He should not have come without a shield brother. Get out of here. I'm going to make sure we got the last of them, and see if there's any information to be gotten from the bodies. You and I have work to do. The Silver Hand will tremble at our sight. Let's not waste any time. I'm gonna find whoever did.
Bitch. Marrie, move!
ain't this a surprise?
I don't think that's how the circle works.
What do you need, my friend? Friends like you are hard to find.
Young warriors are smart to listen to older ones. They've lived.
I'm still trying to figure out why Skjor let you in.
Some nights I dream this is When you get to be my age, you'll come to miss me. This is... He should not have gone alone. Thank you for telling me. This is a day where our souls must cry, and our hearts will answer. Go. Grieve in whatever way you know. How goes the hunting, brother?
Come to me with what brings you to me. Find some strange creature in your travels? Skjor. I always thought of him as invincible. Truly one of our great fires has gone out. Come to me with questions. I know our history almost as well as Vignar by now. Except I can remember it. What brings you to me? Find some strange creature in your travels?
I was the newest companion until you came along. I guess that's okay. Just means I can show you the ropes.
Help! Somebody help!
magic be?
Oh, there she is.
We've stopped. What is it? I've been hearing rumors of Silver Hand activity. A group of them is holed up in the rift. Run fast, my friend. Keep your spells off of me. Somebody help!
Huh.
That's just scratch.
Damn it. I was gonna open it with a fucking woof. Whoa. Bridge. Yeah, Miss Boo?
Get ready. Trouble ahead.
You love our kitties? Yeah, I love our kitties too.
Look at your Toby. I'm gonna come sit with you. Are you still live streaming us?
Yeah, yeah. No one's watching.
Juan was. He said he watched it earlier. He saw me getting it.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not watching.
That person's asleep, I'm gonna laugh. Oh my god, that person's asleep. Well, no one's watching now, so I don't know.
I don't care. I will sit here with you. Hi, little ones. Who's rodawing?
The Who's for Daw's not even maxed out.
Did you marry your character?
No, not yet, because I have to do the whole point is to like to do the I have to do the whole quest line. I have to finish the whole quest line and then fucking watch out. Then I can marry the character.
Oh, that sounds really fun.
Basically, it's like fucking one child. I don't know. It's one thing. I don't know. I've talked to you about it. Like, you know, it's I've already talked to you about it once before. It's like fucking with child. All the times that Andrew has played this fucking game, for some dumb reason, he has never like fucking
Excellent.
He's never fucking what's the word?
Keep this up. We'll wipe them out yet.
Like it's always one of the things I find the most funniest is that like every time he fucking I've talked to Andrew and everything like that. Like there's always been this thing where it's like, you know, I asked him like, hey, how come you never got married? How come you never got married or had children in like fucking, you know, in Skyrim? He goes like, I don't know, never really this and that. I don't know. It's like it's something you can do, and I'm like, I don't know. I always thought it was fascinating you can do that, and I don't know. It's funny because it's like, you know, the other day you were going like, what's with your heathen children?
Oh yeah.
I told you, right? Yeah, because I adopted two little girls in this game, and I actually build them a house where they can live in while I live in this one castle thing by myself. So I might as well get them a parent.
Yeah. Graduating senior deserves to walk. Where did you get that multi-tone tassel? Oh, missing two. Postponed, canceled. Bro!
I'm still here.
It's canceled. There's no way you could have us fucking graduate in December. Ugh. Just get over it, people.
Good that you're so eager. I've caught wind that one of the Brighter Silver Hand has been sniffing around Eastmarch. If you can sneak into their camp and steal his plans, we'll have the advantage.
I don't think anybody else wanted to play. I know it's terrible and wanted to play, but I'm tired. I don't feel like setting it up right now.
Huh?
Move.
Pew, 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 pew. Bunny ears.
Yeah.
You get bunny ears.
Some nights I dream on the mists of Saltwater.
Skjor says that I have the strength of Ysgramor, and my brother has his smarts.
Yeah. Oh, I've been here before. Last night hideout. Going to watch my stream.
Did you broadcast your stream?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's technically live now. You can just go to
Did you tell people?
Yeah, I shared it on Facebook and stuff.
Did you use hashtags? Skyrim's like.
Yeah,
Stay at home.
somewhat. I don't know.
I did that too, you know.
What the hell? Wait a minute. This is not the right way.
Spaghetti, meatballs, pizza, gosh, why are you even
Oh, I get it now.
fat?
last catch a cave bear?
Yeah, slit his throat right in front of his friend.
Is someone there? Nothing here after all.
I just slit your throat in front of your friend, and you're like none one the wiser. There's other people watching right now. It's sort of funny. Get up. Meh.
It's not the same when I watch. I get it.
You think? So you were talking to Juan.
I was texting him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And but he saw some of this. Do you think it'll make him want to do this?
I don't think so. I don't know. Well, he was already live streaming his play of Resident Evil, but he wasn't playing it on.
Yeah.
He wasn't live streaming on the PlayStation. He was doing it on Facebook.
Oh. Yeah, I think at one point in time you could do this through Facebook, but
he was using his iPad to record himself to do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright. I'm going.
Okay. Wait up, I'm gonna slit this bitch's throat.
Okay.
That it? That your best?
Slit your motherfucking throat. Have a motherfucking throat. Slit your bitch's throat. Slit, yo. Ew, he slit my throat! No! Fuck it. What time is it right now? Yeah, screw it. Might as well watch Dark Side of the Ring. I'm even curious about that show. Matt? Vice, Dark Side of the Ring. No, I want to see the long videos. Dark Side of the Ring, Brawl for All. Here we go. Yay! Alright, I'm watching this. Fucking hate Vice.
The World Wrestling Federation enlisted 16 wrestlers in a radical experiment, an unscripted, legitimate prize fighting tournament.
Let them fight for real, man. Put on gloves, let them go out there. Let's legitimately see who the toughest guy is.
The Brawl for All was probably the worst idea in the professional wrestling business.
Wrestlers risked their bodies and their careers for a chance in the spotlight. For some, it would all come crashing down in the Brawl for All.
A lot of people did get hurt. I was up. It was looking kind of sad. The guys were gassed and blowing up, and the crowd wasn't really getting with it.
They got hurt. They got embarrassed. And they got their career shortened. It was a train wreck. Come on, watch it. Just watch. You'll see.
Pick up some steam when you want to fight.
By the late 90s, wrestling had become a global phenomenon. Two companies were competing for dominance in TV ratings war, as every Monday night, millions would tune in to watch WWE or WCW. The battle was fought through an escalation of bold and provocative new ideas. Some still resonate today, others are long forgotten. On this episode, we review reveal the inside story of what's been called wrestling's worst idea ever.
This is Vince Russo here for the brand. We will talk about anything today but professional wrestling. Why? Because I hate wrestling, bro. I don't want to talk about wrestling. I'll talk about your mother, your grandmother, your grandfather. My name is Vince Russo. I was a head writer at WWF Magazine. Around the time when I started writing the magazine, like 95, 96, the product was horrible. There were characters at the time that were so bad. T.L. Hopper, the Goon, Mantar. He looks like a half-man, half-beef. Hey! I'm like, there's no way you can get in the ring. And sure enough, we cannot get in the ring. Times were changing, and the WWE kept going backwards. With the internet, the secret was out there. People know this is fake. What they really want to know is what kind of really goes on behind the scenes. That's where everything was moving. There's a lot of people that try to say it doesn't matter whether people know that it's rigged. I don't like to use the word fake. It does matter. Why don't you like to use the word fake? Because there's nothing fake about it. It may be predetermined, may be choreographed, it can be manipulated, but there's nothing fake about guys bringing their bodies down. I'm Jim Cornette. I've been a promoter, a matchmaker, manager, trainer, everything in wrestling for the last 40 years. When I started working for the WWF at the time, Vince's inner circle, they were lifers. They had been in the wrestling business forever, and I felt that they were looking at the wrestling business from within. I came as a fan.
Get ready.
Vince McMahon is somebody that is never going to be fully understood. He's a genius and a demon. Vince McMahon has no other hobby. I have got very seriously gone to the grocery store or been to a movie in over 40 years. But Vince McMahon has always been the WWF. I got a call from Vince's assistant, and she said, Vince wants to see you up here immediately. So I literally think I am going up to his office to the boss. And as I walk in his office, all the minions, Bruce Pritchard, Jim Ross, Pat Patterson, Jim Cornette, and he's got the Raw magazine in his hand, and he slams it down on the table, and he says, this is what our television show needs. And from that point on, I became involved in the writing of the show.
Vince Russo brings an outsider's perspective to the secretive world of matchmaking, and he isn't afraid to push his own vision of what wrestling could be.
At first, I was like, okay, he's a goof. He's never been involved in wrestling. He doesn't know how this stuff works. We can try to explain it to him. And within a few months, I realized he didn't want to learn. He wanted to do wrestling the way he wanted to do it, which was the Jerry Springer Show.
The Jerry Springer Show was the hottest thing on TV. We literally would sit there and write Monday Night Raw with the Springer Show playing in the background. This approach would become the Attitude Era.
You had angles where guys were stealing each other's wives, or, one guy stole the other guy's dog and cooked it and fed it to him.
Back then, man, you had fraternities on college campuses gathering every Monday night to watch Raw across the country. So number one, you don't want to insult their intelligence because they'll never watch it again. And number two, you don't want to mamby-pamby it. That's what I was all about during the Attitude Era, was what was going to make a casual television viewer watch this product if they weren't a wrestling fan. To maintain their edge, WWF needs a constant stream of original ideas, something audiences have never seen before.
Look, here's the deal, man. You gotta bring something to the old man. He's looking for an idea. What's the next big thing? I don't know. How about this? Okay. Got arrested in 1974. So, many generations as a broadcaster, as administrator, and executive vice president. The idea came from Vince Russo. So get inside his head. Hell, I don't know.
The idea from the Brawl for All was really simple. Okay, I was not a big fan of JB, John Layfield. I was from New York. John was, from Texas. I thought he had a big mouth. I thought he was full of himself. I thought he was a bully. We were backstage at a show one day, and John Layfield made the comment that if this were real, I would beat everybody's ass in the locker room.
So now I'm sitting there and I'm saying, you braggadocious, bully bastard. I know at least 10 guys in this roster where I'll kick your ass. I went to Vince McMahon and I proposed the idea of a brawl. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, Vince, it's becoming more and more and more and more real. Let them fight for real, man. Put on gloves, let them go out there, let them fight. Let's legitimately see who the toughest guy is. Vince gave the idea his blessing, and we went on with the brawl for it.
The top stars have nothing to gain risking their reputation in an unpredictable fight. The challenge is to find 16 competitors with nothing to lose.
I got stabbed with the bottle. Wine bottle. Bar fight. Moved the bottle. Stuck it in. When I stuck it in, it went in and up. Punctured the lung. Lung collapse. Shredded the diaphragm and lacerated the liver. Everybody knows these bar guys here in the States. Part of the smoking guns. Cowboy came in, rode horses out. That was pretty cool.
Hey there, I'm Mark, and I'm Billy.
For whatever reason, everybody in the tag team, eventually they get split up. How we split up. My career kind of, I don't want to say dead. I guess it's fizzled out. Just, I had a hard time adjusting to it though. It was a little difficult. When I was first approaching the group, we're going to do this brawl for all, kind of a tough man contest. I go, how you going to do that? I said, don't want to do it. I thought it was a stupid idea. And then Kevin Kelly, he said, this here would be great for your career. He says, you're kind of stuck right there in the middle. And you go through this, you have a great run with Austin, because that's the winner of the tournament. It's going to get a run with Steve Austin. And at the time, he was the hottest thing going. And then, of course, you work with the top guy. You get top heavy. And I thought about it, and that's when I decided I would go ahead and do it.
The WWF approaches their toughest, most underutilized wrestlers with the lure of cash prizes and main event status.
Well, there were a lot of tough guys in the locker room. I think when I looked at this thing, I'm like, Godfather, like, was probably the toughest guy. Big 6'7", 6'8" guy, worked in bars.
I'm still here.
My real name is Charles Wright.
Perfect. Hopefully this will let us know more about their movement. I think we've got them on the run.
From Papa Shango to Kama, joined the Nation of Domination with The Rock in that movie. And it became my favorite person ever.
Let's go.
The Godfather. Selling white girls on TV, talking about getting high, and selling pussy. I'm in the Nation of Domination now. They're building up Mark Henry, The Rock's taking over. So now I'm like, I gotta make a change. They're not doing nothing with me. Bruce Pritchard had called me and said, hey, they're doing this thing. You get, I think, $10,000 if you fight, and so much more if you win, and you're wearing gloves. And I'm like, hell yeah, I'll do it. That's stuff I do anyway. So I was in right from the beginning.
Derek Drozdov was one of my favorite recruits of all time. Came out of the University of Maryland. He just wanted to compete.
They brought me in as a football player to see if I could learn the sport.
We saw footage of him puking on an NFL game.
I threw up all the time. If I was throwing up at that time, if I could grab a hold of you, you could get one in the face.
I brought him to the WWE offices to have a meeting with Vince McMahon. Vince loves that kind of humor. If you're a writer and you come up with a skit that involves puking, taking a dump, peeing, you'll probably buy it. He's gonna puke! He's gonna puke! He's gonna puke! He's gonna puke!
Whatever it takes, anyway, I thought you would do it this way. I'll come in and puke. You know, I got my foot in the door or whatever, and, you know, I just went from there.
Russo's idea is gaining traction, but not everyone in the WWF is convinced that it'll work.
I first heard about the Brawl for All, I believe, at one of the TV tapings when they were mentioning it was going to be starting in the next few weeks. And as I grasped what they were talking about, I got more and more concerned about it.
You don't know it's not going to work until you try it. I didn't kill the idea in my mind's eye when I first heard it. There was no precedent for it. You can take guys out of their element and put them into their imaginary element of what they pretend they know, and that's bar fighting. When some of them have never been in a bar fight. Now the wrestlers are living up their fantasies, and the result is chaos.
With the unusual concept of combining professional wrestling and real fighting, the architects of the Brawl for All make final preparations.
They went around to all the talent and asked who wanted to participate. The story was, and I didn't see this hat, but the story was that the pairings were chosen at random by throwing names out of a hat.
What we did it in my office at Savio Vega. We had a brown paper bag. I wrote everyone's name down on a piece of paper, threw it in the bag, and Savio drew the name. And the first name drawn was the first name on the bracket, and so on and so forth. So that's how the brackets were made.
As the brackets are set, these 16 men become the official competitors in wrestling's first ever legitimate prize fighting tournament.
You knew Steve Blackman was like the real deal. Then you had a guy like Mark Merrow, who was a legitimate Gold Gloves champion.
Mark Canterbury, 6'5", 300, punches like a bull. John Layfield Bradshaw, he's a big old rough and tough Texan.
Baracus was a bodybuilder. He didn't have the mobility.
Baracus had about as much business in the brawl for all as I would.
Savio Vega always had like a little bit of a belly, but could take care of himself.
Hog would have no problem pulling a guy's eyeball out and eating it or biting his nose off his face.
Mark Gunn was hardworking, dependable, loyal, you could rely on him.
Traz was a no-fear kind of guy.
Bob Holly was a badass on a street level.
Carl Ouellette, big-time talented kid.
Godfather, he beat up people like for a living.
Dan Severn was a UFC Hall of Famer, a super fight champion, a Triple Crown winner.
Ron Harris walked into bars for one reason, and that was to fight.
Too Cold Scorpio had decided he would try and break out of the Flash Funk ha-ha gimmick.
One man that stands out is recent WWF acquisition, Steve Williams, also known to fans as Dr. Death.
He's like a little brother. We brought him out of college, gave him his first job.
Introducing first in the red corner, from the University of Oklahoma, Steve Dr. Death Williams.
He was a homegrown, sentimental favorite.
Get ready.
He's four-time All-American football, and I believe he's four-time All-American wrestler.
What's he doing now?
Except
this time he's challenging everyone to a duel. Got him locked in.
The reason we're bringing Dr. Death to WWE was to actually have a run. We thought, if this works out and Doc can pull his way through this, I have him ready to have a program with Austin.
These guys, for years, go out there and they have a choreographed fight. You know, at some point in the locker room, like, these conversations really had to come up. Like, how bad an ass is Steve Blackman? Now it was real. Now a lot of these questions were going to be answered.
Scheduled over a 2-month period, the Brawl for All premieres June 29, 1998 on Monday Night Raw. Each match consists of 3 one-minute rounds, with 5 points awarded for each landed punch and each takedown. The last man standing will receive a $75,000 cash prize.
We are watching the Brawl for All for the first time in over 20 years.
Look at this here, look. See?
This is great, man. Catching up. God, I was 48 years old and I'm 50 now. So.
Maybe 2, 3, 4 hours before the match, get ready to fight a UFC fighter. For me, I was outside with some of the girls smoking cannabis. And that just goes to show you, one, that I was always smoking cannabis. That's not the big deal. Is I had no fear.
Anybody knows anything can tell right off the bat these guys do not know how to box, and it's just sloppy.
You've gotten away from all your moves and all your setups. It has nothing to do with wrestling.
Jim Ross had to try to explain that's why these guys may be great wrestlers, but they look like 2 drunks in a bar right now.
It's not just the fans who are frustrated. The chaos of the fights makes them difficult for anyone to follow.
I was so confused whenever I got signed up and the rules kept evolving and takedowns legal.
I don't know if that's a takedown. Well, is that a takedown? That should be a takedown right there.
You've got a referee that's never refereed boxing or competitive fight. You've got judges that have never judged any type of competitive fight. When you've got stupidity on this grand biblical scale, anything is possible.
I mean, again, I gotta be honest with you. As a pure television viewer, I'm totally entertained by this.
Dan Severn narrowly defeats against the Godfather in the first round, but senses his reputation as a decorated fighter is at risk if he continues on. He decides to drop out of the tournament altogether, which sends the Godfather into round 2.
Nobody knew what was going on, and that's when guys started saying, let's just punch each other. They get excited, just throw punches. Somebody gets knocked out, they get knocked out.
At the time I was wrestling with Bob Holly, we were a tag team. We were actually Midnight Express, but my first bout is they put us against each other. You know, I just thought that was really a shitty way of doing it. So yeah, we drew them all out of the hat. It's just the way it came out. Now, I'm not buying that one.
As the reality of the situation takes hold, brotherhood and professional relationships are put aside.
My friend, my partner, we're going to go out and whack each other. Started kind of weird because we travel together, shared the rooms. You know, we always ate together, go train together. So, well, I got to hit him or he's going to hit me. Oh, and then let us smack it. I didn't go easy on him. I wanted to win.
Here's your winner of the nation.
Do you recall what it was like afterwards?
Yeah, actually, we had to get in the car because we stayed in the same room that night. It's a little quiet, a little awkward. I think we might even had a match or something the next day together, you know, as a tag team.
Vince McMahon can't keep his finger out of anything, so even something that's supposed to be a legit team, he probably said to himself, as long as they're really fighting, we can play with everything all the time.
People have talked about, they've had the Dr. Death theory that this was skewed to Dr. Death, put him in there with a one-eyed guy. No, it wasn't.
Carl Ouellet had sight in one eye. Should have been a brawl for all hell no. What do we think? He's blind in one eye. I remember the first injury was the first of several, one after the other.
Guys were my bicep, and I mean, torn quads and torn ACLs. It was like it was jinxed.
Vince could have pulled the plug on this any time he wanted to, but he chose not to.
He didn't take but 1 week of TV to convince me that this thing has shit the bed. I dreaded having another night of brawl for all matches, because you never knew who's going to get hurt tonight.
I could put all
This seems to be inevitable. And enough is enough.
The Brawl for All tournament is already on the rocks. Chaos, an unlikely hero, set to emerge.
Send another one in here. Send 2. I don't care.
Shortest kid in class. So I got picked on constantly. They slapped you in the head, they push you, they drip you, knock your books out of your hands. When I got older, grew up, got a little bigger, and I kind of went back, and everybody that kind of picked on me went back. But it was like...
After an awkward victory over his tag team partner in the first round of the Brawl for All, Bart Gunn awaits his next opponent.
Well, what happened was, Bruce called me up. He said, oh, Bart, just gonna let you know, you'll be fighting Dr. Death. I go, really? He says, yeah. I said, oh, so you changed the brackets around. And I go, well, Bruce, why don't you guys leave it like it is and save us for the end? I said, I'd be more than happy to work with you guys. Because everybody knows you guys. No, we got all the faith in the world in Dr. Death. That tells me right there, it was designed for them. Absolutely. I already knew that because anytime they actually advertise Brawl for All, they talk about Steve. I said, okay. I said, well, let me ask you this. Am I going to get heat with you guys when I meet them? No. We got all the confidence in the world.
Someone do something!
At that time, had known Doc for a long time, just like we all had. And I think kind of giggled. Sure, yeah, knock out Dr. Death.
When they said that, it kind of made me feel like, now they're already putting him with me now. Maybe they don't have any confidence in me and I'm just a nobody. Well, why would you have confidence in Dr. Death? Is that a sin? He was a 4-time All-American in wrestling in Division I. They don't give that stuff away. As soon as I walked in the door, Pat Patterson walked right up to me. He says, oh, so you're going to knock out Dr. Death, are you? And at that time, I was just furious. It just pulled my blood. Because they nagged at me all day long. They said, oh, yeah, you're going to knock him out. You're going to knock him out. I'd go get something to eat or get anywhere in the hall. Somebody would have something smart ass to say. They're off after they got their little plan and yacked it. So just kept it all bottled up all day long.
When that match came on, it was standing room only at those monitors. It became very, very, very real.
As both men head to the ring, Dr. Death is the overwhelming favorite.
At that time, I was so furious because of what everybody in the office was saying. And I was more television. I wasn't seeing it any other way. toe to toe, just taking my mind. Okay? That's it. That's what I'm gonna have to do.
What was that? What'd you do?
Down. I was kind of surprised at that.
At some point, Bart switched up his game plan and took Doc down.
It was like halfway down the road, and he's like, damn, brother. And I just said, sorry, what do you want me to do with the shoe? It's not like we're out there working.
Then at some point, Doc tore his hamstring. And now suddenly, Dr. Dusty Williams has
Perfect.
become a
Hopefully this will let us know more about that movie. I think we've got them on the run.
You know, right there at the end, you know, as I caught him a couple times, he was staggering. And I thought, maybe he's gonna go down.
And then it happened. Boom, boom, boom. And down goes Doc.
He's out, cold, no, nothing to shit.
And my heart sunk. And I got a bad feeling in my stomach because I knew here went Dr. Death's WWF career.
Dr. Death's injuries are so severe, he's forced to undergo a lengthy rehabilitation. But the damage to his reputation proves far worse. Within a year, he'd be out of the WWF entirely.
There comes Russo walking down the hallway. I said, are you happy? You just cost the company $5 million in one night. And he looked at me and was, what are you talking about? I said, you idiot! Dr. Death Steve Williams just got beat on live television in front of everybody. What difference does it make? Bart Gunn's gonna be a star now. That's not what I'm telling you! I'd like to just squeeze you until your britches are full and your eyeballs pop out.
Dr. Death, I'm sure we could have done a lot with him, but it's not like he was coming in at his peak or his prime or on his way up. It's probably fair to say his best years in wrestling were behind him, but no doubt about it, you know, that injury definitely cut his career short.
Kind of quiet when I went back. Management didn't say anything to me. I had all the heat on me then, so I just knocked out JR's boy.
This whole Dr. Death element and the brawl for all has been so grossly overthought that it's embarrassed me about some of my peers. Some of my friends actually believe there's another story. This covert action is going on. We'll never really know the answer.
Walk into the city of dreams.
I didn't really see anybody from the office after that. It was kind of like these guys were picking at me and what I was going to do.
Martin secures his place in the semifinals where the Godfather wins. In the other match, draw Bradshaw.
Bag of AM, you cocksucker. That's Bradshaw for you. Dirty bastard.
Did Bradshaw know that you had built it around him? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But I'm sure I reminded him a couple times.
Should have gotten a freaking points for a takedown there.
That was a takedown under any rules, screwy or not. That was a takedown.
How would you call this one, JR? Who do you think? What's close? Very close in my book.
I'm on Draw's side here.
Bradshaw. There it is.
Boo. Cut bullshit. Now I'm be bitter for the next couple of days. You guys are gonna be bitter. I won't fight. I got tears in my eyes, like fired up, like shit. It ended how it ended. Had me wondering, of course. I don't know if the people upstairs, if they wanted me to fight Bart at the time, and I still think that it was, you know, that I won the fight, but Bradshaw didn't go around bragging because he knew.
I so badly wanted Bradshaw to get his ass kicked. That's all I care about. Because he was so cocky, he was so confident when he made the remark. He couldn't back out of it now, because I would be the first one to say, wait a minute, whoa. I just wanted to see him get his slot. I'm being honest.
With only one fight left before the final, it's up to Bart Gunn or the Godfather to keep Bradshaw from having the last word.
Working at this club right here in the 90s. And I was the manager from 5 o'clock in the morning till 1 in the afternoon. And I hated pimps. And I would say, if there's any pimps behind this bar, they better not be here in the next 5 minutes, because I will knock you off your bar stool. And I swear to you, I would walk behind the bar, pimp was sitting there just cracking as hard as I could. And they'd start running. But yeah, man, I used to be able to knock people out by slapping them in their face.
The Godfather's second round victory over Too Cold Scorpio advances him to the Final Four. He's just 2 wins away from claiming the $75,000 prize. Standing in his way is tournament underdog Bart Gunn.
Well, this is gonna be a tough fight. It's big. Then I'm watching him like shadow box and stuff. And I go, wow, he's got boxing skills too.
I went into that fight way overconfident. I've been smoking all day. Yeah, but I smoke all day, all night. Just before I fought Bart, he says, I'm gonna knock you out. And I'm like, yeah, okay, good luck.
Do you remember anything of what you're thinking before going to that match?
Hit him. Don't let him take me down.
Stone cold face, okay? Psych myself up and come out throwing leathers.
And here we go. This is going to be a slugfest, JR.
You know, we were punching. I think he kind of caught me once pretty good. I was like, wow, that kind of stung a little bit.
And somewhere in there, he hit me with something that knocked me to the ground. And I remember going back to the corner saying, I don't have my legs. I don't have my legs. I don't have my legs.
Every single person was at the mark, and nobody could believe it. Bart's looking for the left hand! It's the right hand! It's the right hand! It's the right hand! And the Godfather is down! He is out cold!
They said hit the ropes or come real close to it. Kind of went out in the ring and kind of hanging there. It's like, wow.
And the beer.
I mean, the reputation of the Godfather and, you know, Bart being under the radar, I mean, unbelievable.
My wife was really upset because she was counting on that money and she was not happy about it. She blamed it on me smoking. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't give Bart the amount of respect that I should have. This is a few days after that fight. I was up and I couldn't walk. I had to get in a wheelchair. My leg got infected. I got this cut out. Oh, woo. If there was the stupidest idea in wrestling right there. Because a lot of people get hurt.
The injuries were a big deal. Here's what it's been. I've been taking guys
Gods
off the
be
line.
praised.
They were sitting home. They couldn't work. They couldn't earn. And that cost the company money because they weren't able to be productive. It wasn't a good thing.
How morally and intellectually bankrupt and irresponsible do you have to be to create a situation where your stars get legitimately injured just to get even
What do you
with
need,
a
my
wrestler
friend?
who was bragging about how tough he was in the locker room?
He can't be feeling good about getting in the ring
What
with
brings
Bart,
you to
man.
me?
There's no way.
ALS laid claim to your services, but I've learned the hard way not to upset
After a
her.
roller coaster
Best
2
you
months of
stick to her
combat,
for now.
the Brawl for All final is set. A one-time long shot against the man
Let's get going.
who inspired it all.
Both men have trained very diligently
Let's
for
go.
this contest.
Come out. Just a couple punches. Caught him. It's like, wow, it's over. And he got back up. I was like, ooh.
Okay, let's go. Well, this may not last much longer.
Oh, there it is.
Bart Gunn, there's your winner.
Take a look at it, guys. Just get a name for himself in this business.
Oh, good night. Man, he even had the jittery legs. Did you see the jumpy legs? The smelling salt ain't doing nothing to him.
When Bradshaw got knocked out, it was scary because his eyes obviously weren't there, and he twitched a little bit, and you could tell he wasn't home even a while afterwards.
When I saw Bradshaw get knocked out, I could not hold back those emotions. Like, I'm sorry. This whole tournament was because of him and his mouth, and there he was laying on the canvas unconscious. Bro, what you know the old saying, never ask for, how's that go? You get what you ask for, or, you know that.
He didn't understand even then what he had done to this day. No moron doesn't understand what he's done. I believe he sabotaged the talent, the integrity of the business, got people legitimately hurt, and killed a future superstar, and doesn't realize he did anything wrong. There in a nutshell, you have the skid mark on the underwear of life that is Vince Russo.
I'm 57 years old. Jim Cornette is my age. When is this ever going to stop?
Cornette believed in the steak of the business. Russo more of the sizzle of the business. And therein they have a tremendous controversy and conflict. They'll never be on the same page in my lifetime.
Jim Cornette leaves a message on my answering machine, threatening to kill me, threatening to kill my entire family. I said, I'd just like to tell you, you no good piece of shit, you... What a piece of shit you are, and how you narrowly escaped getting put in a f***ing hospital by me with a goddamn baseball bat for all you've done to me and my friends and the careers you've ruined and the shitty wrestling that you produced. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew that from my own lips. And I'm just like, bro, this is wrestling. Like, are you serious? Like, you're gonna kill me over professional wrestling? Why is he doing this to me? Just over wrestling? Just over wrestling? That's what it's always been, because I can't believe that he would do this to me just over wrestling. Wrestling has been the most important thing in my life.
With a disastrous brawl for all finally over, Bart Gunn has proven to be the toughest guy in the locker room, and he was ready to jumpstart his career. But he was in for a brutal awakening.
Well, these here are the gloves that they gave me for winning the brawl for all.
It is my privilege and honor to present you with these golden boxing gloves. What was your reaction to winning this whole thing?
It was great. I said, man, I finally gonna get a great push. Jim Ross comes up and talks to me. He says, hey, to be honest, we didn't think we could take Steve off his feet. He goes, I guess we should have did our homework on you a little better. And I said, well, probably so. And, I tried to work with you guys. And he said, like, well, I just want you to know there's no hard feelings. And I think as soon as he said that, I thought, wow, dude, that's neat.
After his victory in the Brawl for All, Bart Gunn is awaiting his big career push. The WWF are now faced with the problem of what to do with a wrestler they didn't expect to win.
It was always the plan that whoever would win the Brawl for All would get a big promotional push. When it was Bart, the wind kind of came out of those sails. I'm not knocking Bart Gunn. Great athlete, good wrestler, good guy. But the way he had been presented for the previous 5 years was at a level here, not here.
Examine the facts. Nobody got over. Not one son of a bitch that fought in that
Intending to your
brawl
hounds?
got over.
Smell
End
the
of story.
They sent me home. Now they don't know what to do with me. Vince Russo called me up, and he said, Boris, we don't really know what type of a storyline gimmick to put you in. And I kind of sat home for a long time, not doing anything. The longer I sat at home, the more frustrating it was.
They let him twist in the wind for a little while, and then, of course, Vince McMahon got the idea because it's a gimmick. Butterbean! Let him fight Butterbean at WrestleMania.
Well, my understanding is when Bart knocked out Dr. Death, Vince got pissed. So they called me in for his punishment.
Butterbean's an overachiever. He's got that bald head. He's very white. He looks like some sort of appliance. But boy, does he hit. Oh, my God.
Eric Esch, a.k.a. Butterbean, is a 300-pound professional prize fighter with more than 50 wins under his belt.
Shit.
What he lacks in technique, he more than makes up for with raw hitting power.
Holy shit.
So at some point it was suggested Butterbean and Bart have a boxing match because Butterbean was a great personality, great for wrestling.
I think it was presented to me, and, I was like, I don't, sure, I guess. Because I'm sitting at home, I was tired of sitting at home. And they said, hey, we're going to send you to a boxing school, and they started teaching me how to box.
The crossover match serves as both the promotional push Bart has been waiting for, and a chance for the WWF to cash in on Butterbean's mainstream popularity.
The man that will face Butterbean, Bart Gunn.
Well, JL, I'm not training just to beat him. I'm training to knock him out.
Me, Butterbean, and Gilbert, we were chilling. I think me and Gil were smoking. Butterbean wasn't smoking, and we were talking about it. Butterbean, he told me, he said, listen, I've already told Vince. He goes, you guys are tough guys. I give you that, okay? But you're not professional fighters. I will beat that kid in seconds. It's two different sports. He has no chance against me.
Vince kind of smiled at me when I went to the ring. He knew that it was over for Bart. He knew that I was going to knock him out, and he wanted me to knock him out. Walking into WrestleMania was kind of like no experience I've ever had up to that point. This place was huge.
On March 28th, 1999, the WWF resurrects the Brawl for All concept on their largest stage, WrestleMania 15.
A talented amateur can't stand up next to a professional in any field, so there was no reason to believe that even though Bart was a great-looking athlete and Butterbean was a big, fat, round baked potato with arms and legs, Butterbean was a trained and experienced professional boxer.
I didn't feel the same as I felt with the other fights, because I'm different now. I'm a boxer now, and I got this other persona.
Here we go, round one, brawl for all. Butterbean and Bart Gunn. I remember being in the crowd. Something was off. This wasn't the guy that I saw knock out the Godfather and the guy that I saw knock out Bradshaw. This wasn't one of those fights.
Now I'm out there as a great boxer, trying to, hold my hands like this, hold my feet like this.
When Bart tried to box, I said, this is it. I got him now, so I just went in, charged him, just give him a couple good shots, put him to the mat. And then when I went to the corner, I'm like, man, I hope he don't get up, because it's going to be bad if he does, because he's wobbling. When Vinny let the fight go on, I'm going, oh, Vinny, you don't need to do that. He's out of it. So I just give him one last good right hand.
Oh! That's the end of that career.
I actually turn around backwards. Yeah, you know when I got home, my kids come home from school, and they're all upset. They go, Dad, my friends told me you killed a guy on TV, and you killed Bart Gunn. I said, he's not dead, he just looks like it. And I'll be honest with you, he would have had a 50-50 chance if he would have went out and brawled like he did with the other guys. But with me, he actually tried to box, which was stupid.
Very disappointed, very, very mad at myself. Just wasn't happy at all. After WrestleMania, I knew I was done. There wasn't a future left there for me at all. The end. That was the end there for me in the States. A lot of old stuff here.
You said you hadn't watched the Butterbean fight. Can you talk about why that was the case?
I don't know if I put that on air, but I just never watched it. I was mad at myself that I made some mistakes. But it always stuck in the back of my mind. And then I saw, when I was in Japan, Butterbean, I saw he was over there. He's doing MMA. I thought, wow, this is interesting. Because I always wanted to get a second chance. And I said, I'm going to do MMA. And I got a fight with Wesley Cabbage. And Butterbean fought him. Butterbean beat him, I think, in the second or third round. Went over there, my very first MMA fight, and stopped it in the first round. So I said, this guy, quicker, Butterbean beat him. One night, like on a Tuesday night, said, hey, got you a match with Butterbean. So really, great. He said, yeah, we want you to come fight Friday. It's like 4 days. I said, no. I've learned from my mistakes. He says, you can set up a match with me and Butterbean. I went 12 weeks to train for it. So that didn't happen. Could have turned out the same day. He could have beat me again. But I would have got to do it a little bit better my way. It may sound crazy to a lot of people, but that's just kind of the way I'm driven. And then kind of time passed, and then had some things happen in my life, and after that, I was kind of done with the whole fighting thing, and then I didn't do it anymore. I miss being at the curtain, and going through the curtain, and out and performing. You got the excitement, the crowd, the adrenaline rush. Me going to work every day, there's not an adrenaline rush there anymore, but I enjoy sitting in my bed every night, sitting having my dinner at the house. You get tired of eating out all your meals, 7 days a week. So.
Droz' career in the WWF would continue for another year until a tragic accident changed his life forever.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about your injury?
No problem.
Okay. Prior to it happening, what was your plan for the wrestling business?
Yeah, I really had no clue. And the funny part is I was actually going to win that match. I didn't get a lot of wins.
Droz was wrestling D'Lo Brown one night, and D'Lo was very smooth, accomplished wrestler.
We were just going to do a powerbomb. And he had powerbombed me before. When he picked me up, I don't know if I slipped or what. I have these memories are seared in my brain perfectly. Which stinks. Pulled him up, and we didn't go. We just fell forward. But I remember going back down, I'm like, this isn't right. I couldn't get my hands down really. And I just remember hearing crack. And I just went, oh, I just broke my neck. I said, stop messing with me. You okay? You can't move. One of the cardinal rules is you're supposed to leave the ring the same way you went into it. And I remember crying next to him, telling him I was sorry. It should never happen. Cross going, it's okay, Doc. It's okay. Nothing we could have done would have changed. It just So, but he's a good guy, man. I still wish him the best last time I saw him.
Neither of us, we've talked about it, we don't know what happened. Neither of us blame the other.
It's complicated.
It's one of those unfortunate accidents that
I was
happen.
trying to play trivia and it was complicated.
Bottom line is I'm here. Sorry. Still alive. I'm still kicking. Well, not kicking really, but can't kick. But I still get to go out and I hunt. I do all the things that I could do. It's just, you learn to do things differently.
Rod's still paralyzed to this day. It's been more than 20 years. Things happen, in this business. And it's not ballet. And that's why it especially angers me when people diminish it. One move. He's been in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. So don't tell me that wrestling is a bunch of bullshit. Just some of the ways that people that have gotten into it treat it is bullshit.
I feel bad. Because I don't want to see anybody get hit like that, man. Oh my God. Especially now with just all the stuff we know about head trauma and everything, man. Oh, man. Ugh. Oof. I really should have been thinking, man, these guys are out of their element with what we know about concussions today. Just knowing all that today, which we didn't know back then, no way would I ever propose it again.
I think the Brawl for All should be remembered for what it was, a cluster.
It sucked. There's no reason to embrace it. It was simply a bad idea that featured a lot of guys looking to get a rub in a new event. That's what it was developed to do. Create some new stars, new rubs, new opportunities, and just
you and your honeyed words.
The Brawl for All remains the only prize-fighting tournament to be put on by the WWE. What could have been a career-defining moment for its champion instead became a stark reminder of how wrestling's winners are always chosen in the boardroom.
Bruce has said that the Brawl for All is the, quote, absolute worst idea.
I agree with that, but they're the ones that put it on. So, explain that one. I think they should learn from their mistakes. They probably should never do it again. They should just kind of let it disappear.
And speak to our chief right away.
Very good friends, Andy Murray here for What Culture Wrestling, back again with another breakdown of the latest episode of the Vice documentary series Dark Side of the Ring. And this week's episode was on what has continually been called one of the worst ideas in wrestling history, the Brawl.
No one else has
Brawl.
returned
This
to
was,
this
of
task
course, the
before.
16-man shoot
By the
fighting
code of
tournament
Melody,
held on
I name you
WWE
Blood
television
Kin to the
live
Orcs.
in 1998,
Let it be known.
and a colossal train wreck from start to finish. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of stories to tell. Now, a quick reminder that this video series is based on lesser known information. We already know that loads of wrestlers were injured in the Brawl for All. We know that Vince Russo and Jim Cornette hate each other, and we know that the whole thing effectively ruined Dr. Dev's Steve Williams' career. So we're not going to touch on those instead. What might be new to you, dear viewer. And as always, we're going to do this in a rough chronological order depending on when the stories came up on the documentary. So, with that in mind, here are 10 things that we learned from Vice's Dark Side of the Ring WWE
You're not
Brawl
supposed to
for
be
All.
in here.
Number 10, Vince Russo really hated Bradshaw. Now this is more of an expansion than anything else, but listening to Vince Russo tell his story on how he came up with the Brawl for All, well, it's something else. He's sitting in the locker room and JBL's up, he's bragging, he's boasting, he's saying, hell, if wrestling was real, I could beat up every single guy in this locker room. Now, Russo already didn't like JBL, he thought he was a bully, he thought he was a bit of a bellend. So when he heard him say this, internally, Russo was like, man, that's garbage. There's at least 10 guys in this room who I know can take you in a real fight.
So off he went to Vince McMahon, and while Vince was pretty hesitant and not entirely sold on the idea at first, he was eventually talked around to it, and thus the Brawl for All was conceived as a way for Vince Russo to see Bradshaw getting his ass kicked. By his own admission, Russo even says, "I just really wanted to see this guy getting his claw cleaned." Now, in hindsight, knowing how many people and badly these careers were damaged by all this, for a little thing like seeing Bradshaw getting punched in his face, man, is really irresponsible. Number 9, pulling the plug. At one point in the documentary, it's revealed by Vince Russo that Vince McMahon could have pulled the plug from the Brawl for All at any point, when the whole thing clean and that option was on the table, before the whole damn thing ever happened, but it didn't. The reason he didn't do this was because WWE were looking for original content. They wanted something that could give them the edge in the war on WCW. So, despite the injuries, despite people getting hurt, despite the Godfather ending up in a bloody wheelchair, despite Dan Severn pulling out of the damn thing, he kept on rolling. Even though JR admitted to himself that he knew from the very first night it was a train wreck.
You're not supposed to be here.
Ross said this, keep in mind, the consummate professional, he said that he dreaded having to do it the following week. Yet Vince still kept on rolling. Number 8, Bart Gunn's motivation. So a common theory surrounding the Brawl for All is that it was essentially set up so that Dr. Death, Steve Williams, could come in, make himself a star with an almighty showing, winning the tournament, and going on to feud with Steve Austin. That obviously didn't happen, which we'll touch on a little bit later. But Bart Gunn, when he found out he was facing Steve Williams in the next round, he got
May your weapons be sharp, and your prey.
May your next fight bring you victory, friend.
We have all the confidence in the world that you're going to get beat. Now, obviously, this riled Bart up a little bit, so he said to Vince on the phone, well, what happens if I knock this guy out?
And you must pay a price.
Am I going to get any heat from that? And he was essentially laughed at. He was like, oh, you little scamp, you were going to knock out Steve Williams? Don't be daft. This spread like wildfire. When he got there, everyone was mocking him. Everyone had a smart-arse comment to say, hey, pal, heard you were going to knock out Steve Williams, were you? Oh, good one there, buddy. And then it happened. He was so fueled by all this, Bart, he stayed quiet all night, he kept it bottled up, and then he unleashed a brutal knockout on Steve Williams. Now, admittedly, Dr. Death did tear his hamstring in it, and yeah, that obviously contributed to the finish, but he still put him to sleep, and he proved everyone wrong. Number 7, JR's embarrassment. Now, even before this Dark Side of the Ring episode came out, we've known about the relationship between Jim Ross and Steve Williams. He's continually put over Williams, that is, as JR's boy, and on the documentary, Ross even says that he was kind of like a little brother figure to him. But Ross is also deeply embarrassed by the extent to which this has been exaggerated over the years. He said there was no grand conspiracy with him and Williams, there was no covert operations, he was just looking out for the guy, and knowing that, maybe we should just give Ross a break in this whole thing. I mean, it's not his fault what happened to Dr. Death, it's just something that happened. If you want to blame anyone, blame Vince Russo. He came up with a bloody idea. Number 6, the Godfather hated pimps. Alright, let's take a brief comedic break in the episode, because Charles Wright, aka the Godfather, was a talking head on this thing, and he was awesome. He was really funny. Whether he was telling stories of sparking one up, smoking a Michael Dubenstein before every fight, or whether he was talking about his days managing a nightclub in Las Vegas, when he regularly beat up pimps. That's right, the Godfather hated pimps. He used to walk into the bar he managed and say, hey, if there are any pimps sitting in this bar, you've got 5 minutes to get the hell out of here, otherwise I'm going to knock you out. And then he said he'd just walk up to them, plant a single slap on their face, and down they go. Now, Charles Wright is a real-life badass and an absolute physical monster of a guy. It's just a funny little story. And to think he
Some people don't think I'm smart.
Those people so much fun playing on TV. This guy was a riot. Can we just get like a 3-hour episode of Vice talking to him? I reckon it'd be a blast. Number 5, the moment that Bart knew he was screwed. So fast forward to the finals of the Brawl for All, and Bart Gunn's hitting Bradshaw to sleep. Now, Bart's reaction to this, according to him on the documentary, was great. He thought he was going to get a big push. He thought He was finally going to be lifted out of the mid-card and into that Steve Austin feud. Now, Jim Ross came up to him shortly afterwards and sat down and he said, "Whoa, man, really didn't think you could do that. Really didn't think you could put Steve Williams on his ass like that and take him down and win the whole thing."
Yes.
And Bart was like, you know, cool. Jim Ross went on and he explained, "Well, hey man, don't worry about it. There's no hard feelings." Of course, at this moment, Bart knew the heat.
Our hearts are full of grief. And my own weeps for the loss of his
WWE essentially put Bart on the shelf. They had no idea what to do with a wrestler they didn't expect or want.
The cycle of retaliation may continue for some time.
Bart, he was getting frustrated.
In any case,
and he gets the call. And then the
have you heard the story of how he came to be werewolves?
Let's talk about that for a minute. Number 4, Vince wanted Butterbean to knock Bart out. We get to WrestleMania 15 and Bart Gunn, the Brawl for All winner, is booked up.
Aye, that sounds like
He's a professional boxer.
As in all matters of faith, though,
style
the
match,
reality
and
is
of
more
course,
complicated
Bart's
than
not
one
being a pro boxer, well, he got his block knocked off. Anyway, they interviewed Butterbean on the show, and as part of his conversation, he revealed that as he made his way to the ring, Vince McMahon gave him a cheeky little smile, and he revealed
one of my predecessors was a good but short-sighted
Bart out.
He made a bargain with the witches of Glenmore.
Watching it back, man, it's a really ugly knockout, as Butterbean himself says. Bart's head goes all the way round before spinning back, and it got so bad that when he got home, his kids were absolutely disgusted. They were terrified of their own father. They ran up to him and said, Dad, we heard you killed a guy on live television. Now, of course, he hadn't, and that was all smoothed out. Watching the knockout, watching what happened, really shows the extent of what Vince McMahon wanted to accomplish here. Now, there was also the side of Barbie being a celebrity and WWE trying to capitalize on Vegas and attention, but at the end of the day, it seems very much like he just wanted to punish Bart for beating Steve Williams, winning the Brawl for All. Number 3, Bart almost got a rematch. There's a rather somber moment on this episode of Dark Side of the Ring. Not quite like the previous episodes on this series, of course. But they ask him, Bart, man, you've never watched the Barbie fight back. Why is that? Bart just kind of, he takes his glasses off, he rubs the temples, he looks really stressed out, and he just straight up says, I don't know if I really want to answer that on camera. But from there, get to the next stage of his career. He knew his career was done from the very moment in America, that is, from the moment Butterbean knocked him out. So he went to Japan and eventually tried out this MMA thing, which he got into by seeing Butterbean doing it himself in Japan. So
go to their
fight with a fella, Wesley Cabbage, what a name, that Butterbean had previously faced. And after getting into MMA, Gus Knocks Cabbage, I was going to call him Mr. Cabbage, I think his actual surname is Correa. He beats him, he puts him away in less time than it took Butterbean to put the guy away. So Bart gets to thinking, if I can finish this guy quicker than Butterbean, maybe in an MMA fight with the right training, maybe I can get a win back. A promoter calls him up, offers him the fight. Cool, great, wonderful. It's on 4 days' notice. Bart obviously says, nah, man, I need a full training camp. I need 12 weeks. They disagreed, they couldn't put it together, but after what happened at WrestleMania 15, after that grand career-ruining embarrassment, it's mad to think that the fight almost happened again, albeit in MMA. Number 2, Russo's remorse. It's continually said throughout the episode, and to be fair, most of it comes from Jim Cornette, so, you know, when Corny's talking about Vince Russo, you gotta take a little pinch of salt here, but it's continually said that Vince Russo, still to this day, has no idea what he did wrong in suggesting the Brawl for All. And to be fair, there's a point in this episode where Russo's watching the footage and he says something like, I gotta be honest, bro, as a TV viewer, I'm entertained by this whole thing. That's a terrible accent, but you get the goddamn point. Anyway, we also see him laughing at JBL getting the piss kicked out of him. But then, later on, he does seem to have the realization that this whole thing was a terrible idea. He looks at some of the shots that Bradshaw's taken and he goes, don't really want to see anyone getting hit by that, particularly with what we know now about concussions and head trauma. And he even goes as far as saying that if he knew what he knows today back then, he'd have never suggested it. On top of this, Russo also admits that he should have realized at the time that these guys were way out of their element and that the whole thing should never have happened. And it's a nice moment of self-realization from a guy who, let's be honest, we don't normally associate that with. And at number 1, it's almost happened again. Got a little tweet here I want to read you. It's from John Pierre Marini, apologies if I pronounce your name wrong, who worked for WWE as a writer and producer from 2009 to 2015. Incredible job with both seasons of Dark Side of the Ring. Funny story. While on creative in either 2009 or 2010, Vince wanted to do another Brawl for All with the guys competing on NXT in its original format. He had to be talked out of it. So after all of this, after all the insurmountable evidence piling up, after this going down with one of the biggest disasters in WWE history, Vince McMahon wanted to do it again 12 years later. There were some pretty tough guys on those seasons of NXT. Wade Barrett, Caval, Daniel Bryan, just to name a few. As we've learned from the Brawl for All, being a pro wrestling tough guy means very little in the world of shoot fighting. Anyway guys, that's it. My take on the latest episode of Vice's Dark Side of the Ring. Not a heavy episode like Benoit or New Jack ones that we covered a couple of weeks ago, but pretty interesting nonetheless. So let's get a conversation going down in the comment section below. After that, you can like, you can share, you can subscribe, you can ring the bell for notifications. Then you can follow us on Twitter at WhatCultureWWE and myself at Andy H. Murray, which is where you can tell me how much I'm going to look like Butterbean in about 10 years. Bye!
Robinhood is an investing app that lets you buy and sell stocks, ETFs, and cryptocurrencies all commission-free. Getting started is easy, and you can invest in the companies you love in a few taps and a swipe. It's time to take control of your financial future.
It's mainly because of me. I love you, but
Get ready. Trouble ahead.
I don't know. I mean, the guy just tells me, do this, and I'm like, you can see that I'm already fucking out. I mean, you can kind of see. You know what? How do you not see the fact that I got fucking the damn thing in front of me?
I'm done. I'm not doing this. Not doing it.
I mean, you got legitimate issues to be fair. Me, I don't know. I just feel like he's a blundering jerk. Let me just straight out say it. The guy's a blundering jerk.
Brian, what the hell are you thinking?
I'm gonna bury the ball.
Jim Cornette, what's wrong?
What? Did I just hear you say that you're not going to talk about the Brawl for All?
I just wish I had.
I don't know how you could have possibly heard that.
But you remember that telephone repairman from a couple weeks ago? It's not important. Listen to me. It's your sworn duty as an internet commentator to talk about the Brawl for All.
Jim, I already watched it once as it happened when I was a kid. Why should I have to suffer a second time?
Because there's still tons of people out there all over the world who don't know about the Brawl for All. They don't know that it's the stupidest idea of all the stupid ideas, the shits they ever had. And the people need to know, Brian, and know some mind is really talking about that idiot Russo or any stupid idea he ever had.
Jim, I already told you those tests came back negative.
That's not important now either. The point is you've got thousands of fans out there, viewers, followers, who need you to cut that thing with a rusty fishing knife the way that only you can. And if you don't do it, what culture will?
Ooh, shit. Alright, Jim. You know what? It's gonna be tough, and I'm gonna hate it. But I'll do it, damn it.
That's the spirit, my boy. Now, good luck. Go get him. Now, thank you. Fuck you. Bye.
He's gonna go in and shoot all these motherfuckers.
The WWF's Brawl for All took place in the summer of 1998. It was 9 weeks of the Attitude Era we don't like to forget. Somewhere hidden within an amazing Steve Austin Undertaker feud, the rise of The Rock, DX hitting their stride as babyfaces, everything else the company was doing at the time, not to mention what WCW was doing at the same time, was this poorly planned shit within a work that benefited absolutely nobody. Not the company, not the wrestlers, and least of all, the fans. Our story begins the same way other great ideas in wrestling do. Backstage politics. Apparently, Bradshaw was telling anyone who would listen he could beat anyone in the locker room in a bar fight, which caught the attention of then head writer Vince Russo. I was not a big fan of JBL personally. I thought he was a big bully. I thought he was a loudmouth. So all I had to do was sit back and hear him say he could take anybody in a real boss fight. And I said to myself, you know, I'd love to see that. So the next thing you know, next TV session, I went to Vince. I pitched to him and said, hey, Vince, let's do this, bro. So wait a minute. Vince Russo came up with the Brawl for All just to stick it to Bradshaw? That's awesome. All right, man, my respect for you's gone way up. Good job. And thus began the Brawl for All, a 16-man tournament that would determine the toughest guy in the WWF locker room. Participation was on a volunteer basis, and the guys were paid extra for taking part in the fights and paid even more to win. Now, on the one hand, this is kind of an intriguing concept. After all, tough man competitions can be fun to watch in a crude sort of way, and back then, it wasn't all that crude. But the big problem with the Brawl for All as a concept was it was a shoot. Okay, not sure if you heard me when I said that, so let me say it again. It was a shoot. Okay, I don't know if you're getting what I'm saying, so I'm going to say it one more time. It was a shoot! What on earth was the company doing, blurring the lines between kayfabe and reality to making these fights for real? Vince was going around saying this product was butt-kissed for years before this.
We in the WWF think that you, the audience, are, quite frankly, tired of having your intelligence insulted.
So after years of conditioning fans that everything was a lie, things were about to get very real, and not in a good way. Due to the nature of the competition, the company's biggest stars wisely decided not to bother themselves with it. No Austin, no Undertaker, no Rock, no Triple H, and so on. Ken Shamrock, one of the company's most legitimate tough guys, wanted no part of it because the bonus pay was peanuts compared to what he made in the UFC. So what we were left with were a bunch of unused mid to lower card guys who volunteered mostly to get some TV time. I mean, I totally get why guys like Savio Vega, Mark Canterbury, Quebecer Pierre, and others would jump at the chance to do this tournament. They get on TV, they get paid, and they get paid more if they do well. What's the problem? The more I think about it, they should do stuff like this all the time now for today's mid-carders, although something with a little less risk for injury.
WWE presents its first ever SmackDown Spaghetti Eating Contest, where the winner gets a lifetime supply of Olive Garden breadsticks. It's dumb, but at least these guys aren't beating each other's brains in.
The first Brawl for All took place on June 29, 1998, between Steve Blackman and Mark Merrow. Instead of going punch for punch with Merrow, a former boxer, the Lethal Weapon and glow stick aficionado decided to simply spam the Marvelous One with takedowns, racking up a ton of points. It's too bad the company never capitalized on this moment with a t-shirt, though I think the phrase double leg takedown city doesn't roll off the tongue as well. This match featured a lot of takedowns, but unfortunately for those in charge, not a whole lot of fan interest. Stone Cold Steve Austin to beat Kane. Fans hoping to see some knockouts just so they could feel alive. Got none of that, as every fight in the first round ended in decision. Other highlights include ridiculously jacked newcomer Brockus getting embarrassed by Savio Vega, one-eyed Quebecer Pierre abandoning all common sense by going toe-to-toe against Steve Williams, and Hawk trying to raise Dross's hand after their abysmal fight, which he couldn't do since he was If you can believe it, that was only the second most embarrassing thing those two did that year. So the first round was kind of boring, but you know what, just look at some of the names who advanced to the second round here. You know, you got Dan Severn, Steve Blackman, Dr. Death, Bradshaw. This is like a legit who's who of tough guys in the company. This could shape up to be really interesting. Wait, Dan, Blackman, where are you two going? Why are you leaving? Wait, Merrow? Godfather, what are you two doing back? You lost. You lost the first round. You don't go back up there. You leave. No, Dan, Blackman, come back! Dan Severn backed out of the competition after winning in the first round, saying he had nothing to prove. Meanwhile, Steve Blackman had to withdraw due to getting injured while training. Mark Merrow, who was embarrassed by Blackman last time, made the most of his second chance by getting embarrassed by Bradshaw. As the weeks went on, fans got more of the same. A bunch of sloppy fistfights between guys who were neither trained in nor conditioned for a real fight. Say what you will about some of these guys as wrestlers, but I'd rather watch a proper match between Bradshaw and the Godfather any day than a bunch of wild haymakers. It's almost like fans were being punished for the WWF here. What could the writers have been thinking? So I thought to myself, let's have a bunch of 15-minute segments with no wrestling, with no storylines, pretty much as far away from wrestling as you can get, bro. I thought you'd be ratings gold, bro. That's why I really want to see Bradshaw get knocked out, bro. Things were looking grim for the whole series until Bart Gunn took on Steve Williams in the second round. The story with Williams is a fascinating one. At the time, Dr. Death was a 15-year veteran wrestling mostly in Japan and for WCW. One of the most legit tough guys in the sport, Williams had a great chance of going all the way. In fact, one of wrestling's most persistent rumors is the Brawl for All was developed specifically as a vehicle for Williams. Depending on who you talk to, upon winning the tournament, Williams would have been put in a program with Steve Austin for the WWF title. But as we've established previously, that rumor does not appear to be the case. Bro, did I tell you I don't like JBL and I want to see him get his clock cleaned? I just want it to be perfectly clear. Gunn and Williams traded blows all the way to the final round, when Williams suddenly tore his hamstring, then got knocked the F out by Gunn, the first real highlight of the entire competition. According to those who were there, Williams going down caused the whole locker room to go nuts. Not because they had any ill will towards Dr. Death, but because they were apparently sick of Jim Ross hyping him to anyone who would listen. Not only that, but it was alleged the judges' scorecards were often in favor of Williams, whether he was actually doing well or not. So for many of the boys, Dr. Death getting knocked out was karmic justice. From that moment on, the Brawl for All had a renewed purpose and, dare I say, excitement, with all conversations swirling around the former tag team champion and his devastating left hand. Gunn went on to disintegrate the Godfather's brain cells in the semifinals, then took out Bradshaw to win the whole dang thing in late August, just days before SummerSlam '98. So, how did they capitalize on Gunn's out-of-nowhere success? Did they put him in that program with Steve Austin?
They buried him.
Or any program for that matter? No, they let him sit home for the rest of the year, never to be mentioned the entire time. That's one way to build a star. The WWF pretty much did dick all with Gunn after winning this big fancy tournament, showing up only a couple of times in 1999. The first was in a match against Bob Holly for the Hardcore Championship that ended with him getting beaten up by Dr. Death in a kabuki mask, getting beaten up again by Dr. Death, then having a much ballyhooed fight against Butterbean at WrestleMania 15, which had all the makings of a classic. 7 seconds left. You're going to appreciate this, bro. Then I thought to myself, what would be better than a bunch of wrestlers fighting each other for real? Having one of those wrestlers take on a guy with actual boxing experience, bro. I hate JBL. And that was the Brawl for All. All told, this tournament ended up with a net half-point dip in the ratings, 5 wrestlers getting injured, others cast into obscurity, lots of money wasted on bills and medical bills, and perhaps worst of all, the winner of the whole damn thing being thrown to the wolves on the company's biggest stage. At least one guy in the tournament managed to eke out a nice career for himself. From top to bottom, the Brawl for All was a disaster. The WWF confused the message by shoehorning these real fights in with all the stuff that was a work, which confused any remaining fans who cared about the tournament to begin with. The wrestling business is undoubtedly a work, but the people involved in it are still alphas. So when you suddenly have them fighting for real pride and ego and money, what was once business now becomes personal. So when the Brawl for All happened, all it did was create bad blood between the wrestlers, then all the injuries, and worst of all, a complete lack of forward progress in their careers. Nothing was gained by this, by the company or the wrestlers. The Brawl for All was never done again, and for that matter, almost never mentioned again after WrestleMania 15. In the end, it's just one of those many creative failures in the annals of pro wrestling. But for the sheer scope of it all, for the amount of TV time it took up, for the anomaly of how bad it all was compared to most of the other compelling stuff going on at the time, and for its complete and utter pointlessness in the end, the Brawl for All is truly one of the worst ideas in all of wrestling. Be sure to thumbs up this video if you like it, comment below, subscribe to Wrestling with Regret, and buy the t-shirts at ProWrestlingTees.com. I'm Brian Zane. I'm gonna get that drink.
Was amazing. By any standard, Brett may go down as one of the top technicians in the industry.
Brett took the business seriously. I think sometimes to his detriment he took himself a little too seriously.
Bret believed he was the WWF champion.
On November the 9th, 1997, professional wrestler Bret Hart had fought and clawed his way to the top as world champion. But in a matter of seconds, he would realize that those who make you can just as easily destroy you.
Here's the problem. Bret didn't want to lose the championship. It's your last night in the company. We need to crown a new champion. You know what? We'll just take it from him.
It's like I remember when I was a kid exactly where I was standing when John F. Kennedy had been assassinated. And I remember just as precisely where I was when I found out about the Montreal Screwjob. Screwing a Canadian hero in Canada? How much more evil can one get?
And I still feel to this day like I have a neon sign on my head. Too Brad, never told you about it, but I
was so mad, like it just ready to explode. The Screwjob changed so many things in the business. The innocence of wrestling changed.
This was one of the worst things in the world that happened to me in this business. Say what you want about wrestling, that was real. He really screwed that guy. The incident known as the Montreal Screwjob marks a turning point in the history of wrestling. Never before had the curtain been pulled back to fully reveal the behind-the-scenes drama. A dark plot of betrayal was exposed. Legacies were redefined, and the fans would never see wrestling the same.
Where have you been? I hope it was important, because it means you weren't here to defend him. The Silver Hand. They finally found enough courage to attack Jorvaska. We fought them off, but the old man, Godlike, he's dead.
All the facts. My story's never changed.
No, but they made off with all our fragments of Uthrad.
I'm Bret the Hitman Hart.
But you and I are going to reclaim them. We will bring the battle to their chief camp. There will be none left living to tell their stories. Only songs of Jorvaskr will be sung. We will avenge Godlike. And they will know terror before the end.
My name's Jim Cornette. For the past 35 years, I've worked for every major professional wrestling promotion in the United States as a manager, announcer, trainer, matchmaker. Pretty much done it all.
I was actually there. I actually lived it. I'm giving you my perspective. Just because my perspective happens to be entertaining, then some people take exception to that. I was the executive vice president of talent relations. I've been a writer, producer, director. Brother Love is an alter ego of mine. You name it, worn a lot of hats in the WWF, WWE. The patriarch of the Hart family was Stu Hart. And Stu was an age-old veteran, double tough. The dungeon was the basement in the Hart family house.
Well, the dungeon is hard to explain. My dad was a 60 or 70-year-old man. We go down there and torture a bunch of football players and bodybuilders.
I don't do my arm, sir.
Let me show you a hold here. You just take your arm like this. Hart family is one of the most famous families in the history of our business. The sons were all wrestlers, the daughters all married wrestlers. They had a wrestling bear that lived under their porch. It was like the Munsters' house for the people in Calgary. Stu would invite everybody over and make breakfast. They had a bunch of cats, and he'd take the thing where he's flipping the eggs, and he'd flip the cat shit over there, and they'd go back to flipping the eggs, you know. Made him tough is what it did.
And Stu began the Stampede Wrestling promotion in Alberta and had a very successful company there for a long time.
Hello, and welcome to this another edition.
And Bret Hart was kind of a pale, skinny, you know, maybe 21-year-old kid or whatever. But you could tell he kind of knew what he was doing.
I'm more confident right now than I've ever been. And there's no reason right now that him should have no confidence right now.
The Harts were very integral to professional wrestling around the world. In 1984, Stu Hart is trying to keep his struggling territory afloat. The rapidly expanding WWF strikes a deal to acquire the entire promotion, along with Stu's main star, his son Bret. When Vince bought Stu Hart Stampede Wrestling in 1984, he took Bret Hart and Jim Neidhart, who was his son-in-law, as a team. The Hart Foundation, they were managed by Jimmy Hart, no relation.
They were a tremendous tag team. And Bret Hart had a perfect foil in Shawn Michaels.
Guys like Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels, they're as talented as they are at what they do to begin with. And then sometimes there's just chemistry. You find a duet between two singers that have never worked together before, but suddenly it's a hit. It just...
Oh, wow.
Internationally, we're getting reports back that we got megastar on our hands in the form of Bret Hart. His work had made him this megastar. That was all they wanted to see. That's all they wanted to talk about. At the same time, Ric Flair was the champion, and Rick was having some health issues. We needed to make a change. So Vince is looking at it and going, why not, Bret? That's the kind of guy you want to reward.
Vince McMahon's one of the most unique individuals on the planet. If you could cross a genius with P.T. Barnum and Donald Trump, you would get the love child that would be Vince McMahon. Vince, honestly, is a third-generation wrestling promoter. Vince controls creative. Vince controls the talent choices. They run the lunch schedule past Vince McMahon to this day.
Over the years, Vince had a good relationship with Bret. I don't know. I think that once Bret became champion in Saskatoon, that there was a change that was taking place.
The criteria for a world champion in those days, there wasn't a set physical list of maneuvers or whatever that you had to perform. It was whoever Vince thought could be the guy.
Vince McMahon decides who the champion is going to be. It's not actually won by anybody. So Bret didn't beat Ric Flair. He won the championship in a scripted contest. Storyline. Bret deserved, have that accolade. But at the same time, remember that someone made you champion. You didn't really beat anybody.
I think Bret looked at the WWF Championship like guys years ago used to. Maybe it's because of his father and his lineage, but when you were chosen to be a champion of a major company, it meant that the promoter thought that you were the best talent, that you were the best draw, that you would make him the most money, that you were the guy.
While Bret Starr is rising in the WWF, the fledgling promotion suddenly starts edging out Vince McMahon and the television ratings.
WCW in the early 90s was a secondary competitor to the WWF.
I happen to be Eric Bischoff. As the executive producer, at least I had a voice within WCW. WWF is up here. WCW is way down here. There's no way I can be better than the WWF, but I gotta be different than them. Their tape, I'm live. They target their content towards kids. I decided I wanted my characters to be more reality-based. I would use their real names.
WCW came after our talent. The perception was they offered them a lot more money. When Hulk Hogan left the WWF, I think it hurt Vince personally.
Oh, fuck.
It stung a little bit. And the first things ago, we got Hulk and Nash in the very beginning. Ted DiBiase left. Roddy Piper shortly thereafter.
The curtain call, as it came to be known, happened because Nash and Hall were leaving to go to WCW for their big contracts.
It is my last appearance in the WWE, and it's also Kevin Nash's last appearance.
It was at Madison Square Garden, the most famous arena in the world. After the last match, Hall and Nash and Michaels and Helmsley, two of them good guys, two of them bad guys, all went out to the ring and had a big hug and a big kiss and waved bye to the fans, who had no idea what was going on with Shawn and those guys. They broke kayfabe in front of the fans in Madison Square Garden. The word kayfabe is like a lot of wrestling terminology. It comes from the days of the carnivals. When you break kayfabe in wrestling, you let the fans and the general public in the inside world and ruin the illusion.
It wasn't like that. It all just happened organically. Because the fans were going crazy. It was like a magical moment. Here we are, 25 years later, talking about it.
You had been chosen and selected to be in a secret brotherhood, and you kept those illusions private and to yourself because there was a code. It was the code of kayfabe.
Now as competition between the two biggest promotions heats up, wrestling's fourth wall starts to crumble, exposing its secrets. And while Bret enters the biggest rivalry of his career, he never could have imagined that it would end up leading to his ultimate destruction.
Yeah, boo!
Before their feud would boil over into one of wrestling's most controversial moments, Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels contrasting in-ring
styles led to some of the greatest matches of all time.
As far as wrestling styles between Bret and Shawn, Bret was more basic, more grounded, more hard-hitting, more technical.
Michaels from the other side!
Oh, no. Michaels, he's an incredible performer, but also a lot of his stuff is more pretty and a little bit more gymnastic.
Oh, he's caught by Bret Hart!
And Shawn Michaels is probably the greatest performer all around. Plus, he was different. He wasn't a big giant.
My contract was going to expire. Eric Bischoff has sent feelers out to me.
There were two separate occasions when I began to talk to Bret about coming over.
And I heard the initial offer was $2 million, and then it was $2 million something, and it got up to like $3 million. And I'm sure they were rounding off, but at that point, what's the difference, right?
Vince heard about them giving me an offer. And whenever Vince said he goes, I'll make you an offer, and we worked out a contract. It was $1.5 million for 20 years, I think.
Bret favors loyalty over money, and he sensed the counteroffer from Vince McMahon. But then a mutual animosity between Bret and Shawn begins to take hold.
Shawn was starting to get overwhelmed with negative. Doing a Chip and Dale kind of gimmick is not a heroic thing to do.
Shawn Michaels saw an opportunity to be more and more of a top guy and also be more and more of a prick.
Nobody breaks into this wrestling business to work their way to the pinnacle. And if you don't want to be on top of this whole business, I don't really care if you want to have dinner with me. Do you want to wrestle with me?
I don't think that they were really that different, which is probably where the real-life rivalry came into play.
The first day when I walked out, I ended up trashing Shawn Michaels on the interview about his Playgirl magazine centerfold. Before I went out, I said, Shawn, it's okay if I bring up that Playgirl magazine and take a jab at that and say something about it. And he goes, no, go ahead and say whatever you want.
World Wrestling Federation needs a hero. They need a role model. They need somebody they can look up to, not somebody that poses for girly magazines.
And I came back and Shawn was just crushed. He almost looked like he burst into tears.
Now we're doing live TV, and these guys are saying things on live TV about each other.
Shawn made reference to Sunny Days. Sunny is Tammy said she was one of the ballets. She was the first real, big pinup girl of the WWF. And Shawn was making the inference that Bret was having some kind of an affair or some kind of relationship with Sunny.
Even though lately you've had some sunny days, my friend, you still can't get the job done in any situation.
Oh boy.
Now from a fan's point of view, it's getting exciting. But if you're the other guy, you're hating the dude who's talking about you. Because now you gotta go call and explain that to your wife.
You don't mess with a guy's wife or his family, or else you find yourself laying in a ditch somewhere. So we're in Hartford, Connecticut one night at the Hartford Civic Center. And all of a sudden the door busts open and in comes the Brooklyn Brawler. And he says, hey, Vince, Shawn and Bret have just gotten a fight in the bathroom.
Shawn finally comes into my dresser. We haven't talked for about a couple months. I just remember I was just trying to be nice. I almost like forgot that we ever had issues. I said, hey, Shawn, I'm brushing my hair. And he goes, I think I'm going to talk to you.
And whatever it was, Bret just leg dived him, took him down right there.
So I grabbed him by the hair, swung him around the dresser. I think his feet raunched off the ground a couple of times. I think it was like two prostitutes fighting in downtown or something.
Here comes Shawn, and he's hot. And he has got in his hand a handful of his hair. It looked like a small possum. And I'll never forget this. He says, this is an unsafe working environment.
As far as I know, I think if anybody was sleeping with Sonny, it probably was Shawn.
As the backstage friction between Bret and Shawn intensifies, Vince begins to lose the TV ratings war and is forced to cut costs. Vince comes back and looks at the commitment that he had made to Bret Hart, and it was a drain. It was a drain on the company for what we were bringing in at the time.
Vince told me that basically he couldn't afford to pay me the contract that he'd given me. It kind of broke my heart. Like, I was like, okay, I get it. I remember I got off the phone from him and I said, I guess I'm done. I hung up with Vince and I signed my WCW contract.
I can't remember exactly what day or when I heard that Bret had made the deal and was going to WCW, but Vince told us Bret was going to finish up at Survivor Series. He'd drop the belt and then he'd be free. It didn't turn out that way.
With Bret leaving the company, Bret wasn't just leaving the company, he was leaving the
company going to our competitor who's beating us in the ratings. To have our champion leave the company is bad enough. To have them leave the company with the championship is a kick in the nuts.
The time-honored tradition is, when you're leaving a territory or a promotion, you lose on the way out.
In the beginning, there wasn't a whole lot of worry about it because it was Brett, and we thought that there would not be any issue with Brett dropping the championship to whoever we asked to drop the championship to.
When I first heard that I was wrestling Sean, it was maybe about 3 or 4 weeks before Survivor Series. Anyway, so Vince told me, he's all excited, he goes, we're gonna drop the belt to Sean. So I saw Sean, I thought this is your chance to open the door for some dialogue. So I remember when we shook hands, I said, Sean, I just heard that we're wrestling in Survivor Series. I said, I want you to know that you'll always be safe with me in the ring, that I'll always be professional, I would never do anything, hurt you or injure you or anything like that. And he looked at me and he said, I appreciate that, but I just want you to know that I am not going to do the same thing for you. And he turned around and walked out of the dressing room and slammed the door.
Vince, even though he knew that Sean and Brett hated each other, somehow he thought this match was magically going to go in the ring and everything was going to work out like he wanted. And the closer that we got to the match, the more obvious it was that it was not. One of the things he'd given Brett in that brand new contract with all the bells and whistles was reasonable creative control of his character and the way he was presented.
I'm the boss in my last 60 days. Why would I listen to Sean? He's disrespected me. I'm not wrestling Sean. I'm not putting Sean over under any circumstances until he proves me that he's got enough respect for me to put me over first.
And I was on Brett's side, because Sean was the prick, not Brett, but we had to get the belt back.
The news of Vince's current champion signing with his main competitor would spell his defeat in the ratings war. With his back to the wall, Vince must get his belt off Brett, and what he's about to do will echo far beyond the wrestling world. With his last match in the WWF less than 24 hours away, Bret Hart is refusing any scenario which has him losing the belt to his real-life nemesis, Shawn Michaels. Bret is growing suspicious of what his boss, Vince McMahon, might do.
Showed up that day and I was ready for my match, but I did have suspicions about the referee. I remember thinking the only way they can screw me is Shawn will never pin me or make me tap out. So I wasn't worried about that. I said the way it'll work is I'll get the referee.
Hello, I'm Earl Hebner. I'm a referee. My relationship with Bret was great. Most of the time, he always wanted me to ref his matches. People think, oh, I count to 3 and it's over. That's not the ball game. We are sort of a coach. You're thinking for 3 people. It's very, very hard.
Okay, so let's get into the Montreal story.
Do we have to? Just kidding. The day before that show, I got on the plane, got in my seat. The stewardess came back and said, Mr. Hebner, I said, yes, ma'am. She said, you have a first-class seat. I said, my ticket don't say first class. She said, Mr. Hart bought you a first-class seat. So we're on Vince inside Brett, and we talked, and Brett said, will you promise me one thing? I said, what's that? He said, you won't count me out? I said, no, I will not count you out.
I said, you know they're going to ask you to screw me tomorrow. But he got the tears in his eyes, and his lip quivered, and he was like, the hell with that, I swear to God, if my kids I wouldn't marry. And he was so adamant, and I shook his hand, and I said, just tell me if something like that's going to happen.
Complicating matters, a film crew producing a documentary called Wrestling with Shadows is following Bret to capture his last WWF match.
From the second I landed, I got the entire High Roads production film crew. They're filming, and they got the boom mics and the whole thing, and they followed me wherever I went.
It was like a lot of people that I didn't even know all around me.
The idea was that Vince would get with Bret. I think Vince felt that once he got in front of Bret face to face, that they would work something out.
But I remember the whole camera crew coming, like they wanted to invite me out there. And I kind of, that's not how I operate. He goes, just in case.
My name is Harry. I was the sound scoreless on Wrestling with Shadows. The director told us, look, we gotta be very low profile about this, you know. Nobody should know that Bret Hart is wired.
It was a private meeting, and Bret went in wired. Didn't let Vince know that he was recording it.
I never ever wanted to leave here with any kind of bad feeling, but this week has been a bad week for me.
I knew that there was a point in the match where Bulldog and Owen would run out, referee would lose control of the match, ring the bell, there would be no winner, and we would go off with a lot of chaos going on in the ring.
So the match would end in like this qualification?
Yeah, like basically a no contest.
It says, Vince McMahon wants you to ring the bell. Brett in the sharpshooter. I said, what? He said, well, how are you going to do it? I said, I don't know.
Jerry Briscoe is a producer agent, one of the toughest son of bitches on the face of the earth.
He grabs everybody off. He says, is Bret Hart going to pick what Vince wants? Does he want a job or not? I said, I don't have an idea of what he wants. You know, that's my mind up. And this is the truth. I'm thinking he had an opportunity to drop the belt. I know this is not right, but I got to have a job. I told my brother to put all my shit in the car. This ain't gonna look good, get all my shit out the dresser and put it in the car. So I'm walking to the ring. God, I promised Bert I wouldn't count out. That was the longest walk of my life.
We had a great match planned out. Sean was a great wrestler. We're gonna start fighting before the bell starts.
I don't think this match is officially even started.
Finally, after about 10 minutes of brawling out and fighting out in the crowd and stuff, I eventually find Sean back in the ring, throw him in the ring. Now the match starts.
I get in the ring, right? I ring the bell to start, and I'm going, God, don't put the sharpshooter on. Match lasted 10 to 15 minutes.
Look at this!
Oh, putting branding the sharpshooter. Oh my gosh, how humiliating. He's gonna beat him with his own finish. Sean actually didn't know how to put the sharpshooter on. He steps through the wrong way, folds my legs the wrong way. And I moved my legs and switched them the right way. I remember when he put it on and I flipped over, I could see Vince McMahon, and I could see he's got this cold look on his face and he's yelling at him to ring the bell. Bell. He keeps saying to the guy, ring the bell.
As the match was going on, I'm going, I don't know what I'm going to do. I hated it.
And I remember it was that moment of looking at the tuck, and Vince snaps out and ring the bell. Oh, they're screwing me right now. And I remember reaching back and showing that I wasn't submitted. I grabbed Sean's leg and started to reverse, and you could hear the bell ping.
I had to run the bell. Vince McMahon was going to ring that bell.
And at first I was like, I wanted to just kill Vince. I wanted to jump through the ropes and just punch him out. I couldn't believe he did it to me after all the years that I gave him, all the matches and all the hard work. I gave him disrespect me like that. You son of a bitch.
I jumped out of the ring, ran across the floor, jumped the hockey fence, and could still hear the bell ringing, jumped in the car, and we drove off.
I had enough sense to pay WCW.
Brett did the delegation.
That's it.
And there in Montreal. But it was what it was. I had a nice big copper spit. I just kill me. Hollywood could create something better. A bunch of monitors to $20,000 headphones out into the crowd and stuff.
Because of a couple of guys that couldn't get along, they hit on the most talked about match ending in the history of professional wrestling since the dawn of time.
Widely viewed as wrestling was a history guy.
Montreal's for the job would tear the lid off of wrestling's sacred brotherhood, but its true architect has yet to be revealed.
Huh?
This is where I've told a couple of these things. I've never gone this far, but I figured, like I said, I'm not going to talk about this on TV anytime in the rest of my life, so I guess at this point I don't care who gets mad at me. So it was me and Vince Russo at Vince McMahon's house.
My name is Vince Russo. I was the head writer of WWE during the Montreal job. And quite honestly, I wasn't even originally slated for this documentary. And I wanted to be a part of it because I was there. Like, I knew what would happen.
So I'm sitting there that day. First, Vince gets up and he takes a phone call from Brett.
What I can tell you about that phone call is, Vince pitched many different scenarios for Shawn Michaels to take the belt off of Bret Hart. And Bret soured on every single one of them. Vince told Bret we'd go back to the drawing board, and that's exactly what we did.
Well, this finish won't work, and that finish won't work, and Bret just wants to come out and hand the belt over on TV the following night without getting beat. I'm sure he does. So then he goes and he calls Sean. Every time Vince goes in there, then I sit in a room twiddling my thumbs with the guy that I hate worse than anybody in the world, Vince Russo.
We'd get in these creative meetings, and the three of us would argue. And it wasn't the three of us, it was Jim and me.
We could not be farther apart physically, philosophically, mentally, morally. If one of us was an African-American lesbian nun and the other was a Nazi skinhead Martian from outer space, we could not be more different.
The problem is, he's still living in 1970. I'll never forget he made the comment, oh, when a guy comes out of a box, he's instantly over. Like, bro, this is like 1996. Like, who's coming out of boxes, bro?
Vince Russo's never had any respect for professional wrestling. He booked the wrestling program to pattern after Jerry Springer.
Our styles completely crash.
Finally, Vince comes out, and I'm about lost my religion with the whole creative team thing anyway, because it's not my style of wrestling. I'm living in Connecticut. I'm miserable. I weigh 280 pounds because I'm aggravation eating. I'm not in my element here. I said, Vince, there's got to be something we can do. I said, it's your company and it's your belt. Then Vince looks at me and says, well, then how would you do it, pal? Well, now it's a challenge. Once again, I'm going through every finish I can think of, or every situation I can think of where nobody wanted to do a job. I said, goddamn, double crossing. You can learn more about modern wrestling from these classic books and classic magazines than you can by talking to people today, because history always repeats itself. In 1931, there was another double cross in Montreal. The Battle of the Bite. Strangler Lewis controlled the championship and nobody could get it away from him because it was worth so much money. Lewis has a title match in Montreal against Henry Deglaine. They lock up and immediately Deglaine grabs Lewis's own hold on Lewis, the headlock, and takes him down, and they go down on the mat because Lewis is working with him, and probably they're going to do some kind of reversal. Deglaine starts screaming, bloody murder, at the top of his lungs. The referee checks Deglaine. Huge bite mark on the guy's chest. Apparently, when Deglaine got the headlock on Lewis, Lewis had bitten him.
The others have probably prepared Podlak's funeral by now. Come up to the Sky Forge to pay your respect.
And did this, and then when they locked up the headlock, nobody could see what happened. Referee disqualifies Strangler Lewis and awards the title to Henry Deglaine. That's a double cross. And it's as old as the hills in wrestling. So when Vince says, well, how would you do it then? Brett's hold is the sharpshooter. But let Sean get Brett's hold on him. If the referee just calls for the bell as a submission, nobody can tell anything's wrong because that's what it's supposed to look like anyway. And to tell anybody anything was wrong, I said Bret Hart of all people would have to expose the business. I said, what's he going to do? Call the newspapers? But then Vince, and he gave that hump like he does whenever you would be discussing tomfoolery, and he would say, all right, let's get back to reality. And we went on.
Do you recall during that meeting with Vince and Cornette never told a history lesson about double crosses that had happened in the past?
Unless I was in the bathroom during that scenario did not take place in front of me when I was sitting at the table. I'm not going to call Jim Cornette a liar. When I was sitting at the table and Cornette was sitting at the same table, I pitched that exact scenario to Vince. So basically, out of pure frustration, I said, Vince, screw it, Vince. Have Sean put the sharpshooter on Bret and have the referee call for the bell. Do that.
Vince Russo didn't know what a double cross was.
Do you have the fragments of Lutherans still? I'll need to prepare them for mounting again.
You take credit for the Montreal Screwjob. I wish I didn't pitch the idea. That was a miserable night. It was one of the worst experiences in my life in the wrestling business.
Of course, I have a small favor to ask.
My father's grave, my wife's life, and my dog's life. The story I just told you is true.
Would you go to his chambers and bring it back for me?
Biggest liar in professional wrestling.
I'm not sure I'm the best one to go through these things.
When I was sitting there at the monitor, I saw him go to the spot.
I'll be here.
That's when I shit myself. Holy, he's actually going to do this. And look right now, close up on the goosebumps. Now I'm thinking, I don't know who else knows about this. I just know that there is a high probability that somebody in this building is going to want to beat shit out of me in the next 10 minutes. And I'm going to get out of here.
When I'm starting my car up and starting to pull out, that I heard a car rev the motor and saw the headlights pop up behind me. That had to be Hebner. I beat him out of the building.
Just as Bret Hart was double-crossed on live television by his boss, Vince McMahon, WWF executive Bruce Pritchard is blindsided himself by the sudden change in plans.
So it's chaos. I'm not even realizing what's happening in front of me.
How did you feel about not being involved in?
Oh God, I was pissed off that I wasn't smart enough as to what they were doing. And I was pissed off because I was left in the back alone in a position where everyone thought they knew that I was involved. And I wasn't. I felt very alone. I felt betrayed.
That piece of shit's locked himself in his office. Cameras are off. Show's over. I got screwed. And I was so mad. There's Sean suddenly in my dressing room. And he's swearing to God that he had nothing to do with it.
Sean, you were in on that?
Why can't you say this much? Swear to God. He was a bad actor.
One of the two was in on it. Then I think
Sean had to be in on it.
You know, at that time, I had no idea. Well, now we know Sean was just putting on an act.
It's like this hush in the dressing room. Everyone's kind of stunned. Our Undertaker got so mad that he kicked over one of those big steel barrels. He just slammed the door and said something about he was going down to Vince's office to get a straight answer on why they did that to me.
You know, Vince, you gotta go over and talk to him, explain why you did what you did. You gotta give him one. And by giving him one, but if he's gonna hit you, you gotta take one.
Your shield siblings have returned to the Underforge. I think they're waiting for you.
Dressing room, and then he said, if you're still here when I get out, I'm gonna get dressed, I'm gonna punch you out. Brett finished the shower. I mean, he went back in, took his sweet ass time and finished the shower. And Vince stood right in the middle of the room waiting for him to finish.
So I finish showering, I come out, and it's funny because I'm walking out of the shower sopping wet.
He didn't get it.
Said something
it's as simple as that.
This is the first time I ever had to lie to one of my talent, which is such a lie. I remember tying my shoes.
That's fine for you.
But
he wanted to be clean. He wanted to meet Eastmore and know the glories of Sovnyard. But all that was taken.
Tying up. Just like a pro wrestling match. And I remember just sinking down and just turning my whole body.
No, fuck. You didn't. That's not what this is about. We should be honoring Podland, no matter our own thoughts on the blood.
I popped him literally right off the ground.
It's what he wanted, and he deserved to have it.
Podland used to speak of a way to cleanse his soul, even in death. We know the legends of the tomb of Eastmore.
There, the souls of the Harbingers repeat the call of Northern Steel. You can't even enter the tomb without leaving. And it's in pieces like it has been for 1,000 years.
Dragons on the shoulders and shot
and elves once
inside. Just
because something is, doesn't mean it must be. Greatest weapon,
I had never to that point heard of that much drama and backstage. Just bullshit.
Did you repair the blade?
This is the first time
Brett,
I've had all
you're not gonna understand this now, but Vince was trying to protect his business. It was never about not trusting you. He didn't trust Eric.
I went to Vince's office. I need to talk to you. He said, okay.
Hey, Boo.
Is your camera still on?
Yes.
Oh.
And it's facing me.
Nope, I don't care.
Fair enough. No one's watching.
He said, I gotta meet with everybody today. He said, everybody down. He said, what I did last night was my call. It's not Earl's fault. If anybody don't like it, can come to my office and I'll release your ass right now. The screw job was already in the makings. Can't find somebody that would do it.
The conversation I had with Vince where we really had the big heart-to-heart was the following Wednesday in Stanford. And I told him what I thought. Vince's reaction to it was, if you had known, then you would have known. And you would never be able to say that you didn't know. Shawn Michaels risked everything for you, for this company. So, before you condemn Shawn Michaels, understand what he did for you and your family. There were a lot of what-if scenarios discussed the night before. And I think that everybody believed that at the end of the day, Vince was going to be able to convince Brett to drop the championship. That didn't happen. So Vince asked Jerry Briscoe to let Shawn know
a spot in the match that Sean would get him in the sharpshooter, ring the bell.
Of all people, Bret Hart, who was raised in the wrestling business, whose father was a wrestler, who went through the code, he's the one that exposed the business.
We're talking with Bret Hart.
I knew it!
How are you?
Very important to me after 14 years of probably the most dedicated, loyal, hardworking service that you could ever get out of a professional wrestler. I've given this man everything he could ever ask for. I made it very, very clear that my character was not in any way, shape, or form going to be humiliated.
Bret was telling Eddie and everybody that he didn't lose, he was screwed, and it was something that Vince felt it was important to address on Monday Night Raw.
Did you or did you not screw Bret Hart?
There's a time-honored tradition in the wrestling business that when someone is leaving, they show the right amount of respect. And the people like, no, we don't want to like the rich billionaire boss. We liked Bret Hart. He was our hero. Bret Hart didn't want to honor that tradition. Vince was really giving Bret Hart all kinds of shit for not honoring the time-honored tradition of doing the right thing on the way out on TV. This didn't happen ever before.
Vince in this interview just came across very cold, calculating, and very, very heelish.
I truly believe that Bret Hart screwed Bret Hart. And you can look in the mirror and know that. Rather than sweep this incident under the rug, Vince capitalizes on it by transforming this real-life incident into a storyline where he reinvents himself as an evil, conniving mastermind.
When I debuted, the fans didn't know that Vince was the owner. He was an announcer. And then once the word got out that he actually owns the company, he's the power behind it, all this and that, Vince ran with it.
Mr. McMahon is one of the greatest heel characters of all time, yes.
I mean, you've heard arenas full of people chant, asshole, asshole.
If they had done it right, everybody prospered. Shawn Michaels became the WWF champion off a big win. Vince McMahon became the catalyst to the evil empire, Mr. McMahon, and they handed the hottest wrestler in the world, Bret Hart, to WCW, and they dropped that ball. In the aftermath of the Montreal Screwjob, wrestling changed forever. The fourth wall had fallen. Vince McMahon's villainous character would propel his company into the stratosphere, while Bret Hart would make his lackluster debut in WCW.
You know, if you look at how Bret Hart even came to WCW and how they launched me the very first day.
Why don't we bring the man out that's going to referee this match?
And I really like the referee. It was so lame. Like such a lame way to bring me in.
Is that what you want? Referee?
Eric Bischoff was an endless trying to run wrestling and didn't have any idea about how to run wrestling.
I have to take some responsibility in the fact that there may have been better ways to bring Bret in. I would be honored to be the referee. But at the same time, we'll never know that because the plans that we did have for Bret were executed so piss poorly because of his just detachment from it all.
He didn't get over in WCW with zero impact.
Hey, Bischoff! At the WCW! I quit! The legacy of the Montreal Screwjob is that nobody knows if it was really a screwjob or not. I happen to believe it's the real deal.
To me, I feel the same way now seeing it back as I did the first time I saw it as a total work. Everybody was in on it, and they all did it together. Now look at Bret's face. He doesn't look too shocked to me. You're going to spit on Vince, and then the truck's going to go tight on Vince, get Vince wiping the loogie out of his eye. Vince has been in the TV business his whole life. Nothing's going to happen without his consent. Everybody knows you're leaving. You're going to stand in what's now your opposition's ring on a global broadcast, and you're going to motion the call signs of your competitor. If that's not okayed by a big boss, in my mind, they're going to cut away from that. I mean, I've never discussed it with Sean, and I wasn't there, and I didn't ask guys who were there. Watching it as an educated fan, I would say it was a complete collaboration by all parties. And that's all I got to say about that.
People do say it was a work and Bret was in on it. No, man, this is the way this piece of history went down.
Conspiracy theorists will always be conspiracy theorists.
But unfortunately, sometimes when people want more of a story to be there that just isn't there, they try to create it.
When we did an interview with Scott Hall, he believes that the Montreal Screwjob is this very scripted sort of thing.
He's not one of them too, is he? I'm sorry, it's ludicrous that Scott Hall would say that he didn't talk to Shawn Michaels about this. I know they all talk to each other about everything, but especially about this. Why wouldn't they? I will tell anybody to their face that thinks that this was a work, you are a dumb stupid. These are death threats. I've gotten a bunch of them, but these were some of the most creative and some of the most picturesque, so I framed these. Get by the ring one more time, you make a target under those lights, you won't know where it comes from. Bye-bye.
They pulled it all off because I trusted the referee. Poor Earl. Yeah, he's just a little guy. I feel so bad for him. To put that on him was such a wrong thing to do.
For the last 15 years, it's been the shits. There's always a chance in any arena as you screw Brett. We never talked for a long, long time, many years. Even though Brett and I are friends now, this is still upsetting. I guess you could tell him to kind of break it down a little bit, but it's something that will be with me forever.
A lot of people say, hey, it was their idea, all the way from Vince Russo to Jim Cornette to Triple H to Shawn to me. You know, we all said it. The Montreal Screwjob is remembered all kinds of different ways by all kinds of different people. For the fans, it was like one of the first big behind-the-scenes things that exploded, and they heard about and they realized that there was more intrigue in the locker room and in the boardroom than there sometimes was in the ring.
As soon as you start doing that, as soon as you don't believe it's real anymore, it's not really worth watching.
That's the way that people feel when they lose faith in their hero. That's when you lose people in wrestling, because they believed in the people involved, even if they didn't always believe all the action, they believed in the people.
I take a lot of pride, almost ridiculous pride in being the wrestler that I was. I believe that I was the guy that reinforced the wrestling aspect of the wrestling show, and that's what I like to be remembered for.
The reality of the situation is that if two guys just could have got over themselves, well, we wouldn't be sitting here today.
I mean, any final thoughts on
Jim? I've ignored him for years, and it's on and on.
It's my personal enjoyment at this advanced age to remind everybody at every opportunity that he's a liar.
It's freaking wrestling. It means nothing.
I will live to piss on his grave. Even if I'm in a walker, my wife already has instructions. She's out of the will. If she doesn't get me there, if I'm not answering the story, I'll find Vince Russo's grave and I will piss on it, and there will be a picture of that hanging on my wall when I pass away. And hate is a hell of a motive.
Oh man, alright. What was I looking for now?
Dude, or we could go to like Lowe's and like buy shit to like make it ourselves.
I just
what you did, killing those foul witches. Well done, companion. Code like kill. Your Vasker attacked. How could this happen within the walls of White Rock?
Amongst the wrestlers, it was Jim Cornette against Vince Russo and...
Speaking of ballless, gutless pricks, Vince Russo. Hello, Vince. The ballless, gutless prick. Do you know how he quit the WWF? Do you know that story? He was running a video store before Vince let him write for the magazine.
He did John Arezzi.
And he did John Arezzi's radio show, and then they split up because Vince wanted to work with
Vince and too many Vinces. Russo wanted to work with McMahon, and Rezzy didn't. And Rezzy's weird in his own way, and whatever that fucking deal was. But
actually, Vince Russo wrote me off for life, though.
Well, as you know, I'm sure he did because he's a goddamn crooked, heinous piece of shit human being. Russo is all of a sudden he's writing for the magazine. He can't spell. He can't write. He can't speak English. You know, he acted in the Brooklyn or the Bronx or whatever the fuck. But I'm looking at the guy's pad. He can't spell. Okay. You know, it's not like he's got a Rhodes Scholar, and I'm a spelling freak because language is, you know, I say fuck a lot, but you know, it's language. So does George Carlin, just like the puppet. He says fuck all the time. Anyway, so he's writing for the magazine, and then he insinuates himself. He has good ideas, and he has good ideas at a time when they need good ideas. And you know, I'm not saying he's never had any good ideas, but you know what the problem is? The problem is all the good ideas he's ever had is from watching the goddamn cheap-ass B-movies that he used to rent in his goddamn loser video store. He doesn't know anything about wrestling. That's why when you hear ding, 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 meeting followed 60 seconds later about ding, 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 keep the match as short as possible. Because when that bell rings, Vince Russo is lost. Vince Russo is a babe in the woods. Vince Russo is a deer caught in the headlights as long as there's a wrestling match going on. As long as he can make it a phony B-movie script or some goddamn an outhouse in the ring or women having miscarriages or something in some kind of bad taste that appeals to his New York bullshit attitude. That's what Vince Russo wants to do. So get the wrestling matches out of it because nobody wants to see that shit anyway. That's been proven in WCW where they don't have wrestling matches anymore because all the guys are doing it. I watched Thunder the other night because I happened to be stuck in a hotel room. Anyway, that guy. So Russo insinuates himself in, and then all of a sudden Russo discovers the one true talent that he has. Vince Russo discovers his calling in life. Vince Russo's one true talent is to believably lie and say that he's qualified to do something when he's not. The best announcer in the business, Jim Ross, to explain it, he tried desperately, but never had some energy in his body to keep off television. That he was too southern, that he was afflicted, that he had Bell's palsy, and people didn't want to look at him. And every time Jarrett walked down the ramp, he'd get a standing ovation from the people who respected what he fucking did because he was good. And they will never respect Vince Russo because he got buggy whip arms and fucking big fucking eyes and goddamn, he looks like a goof because he is a goof, because he fucking walks out there like a goddamn King Kong to the Road Warrior music, and he thinks he's over because he goes to Long Island and he's his triumphant return like he's Luke Gehrig at the fucking stadium, and everybody goes, who's this fucking buggy whip arm motherfucker? He couldn't stand that JR was over because he didn't like Southern people, he didn't like Bell's palsy people. I don't know, maybe he don't like handicapped people, I don't know. He didn't like JR because JR would tell him when he was full of shit, and so would I. And he didn't like me either because I wanted to do wrestling. Well, goddamn, it's a World Wrestling Federation. Why don't we put a little wrestling in there, Vince Russo? Every once in a while, what do you want to do? Fucking Holiday on Ice with chimpanzees? As a matter of fact, I'll probably give him this next pay-per-view. So then, he slowly plays to the internet fans. Because see, Russo, since he probably has a small penis, and since he knows that he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, has to have positive feedback and reinforcement to make his ego grow. So he doesn't want to sell the buildings out. He don't want to fucking have a great television show. He don't want to produce a product he'd be proud of. Wow, that was a classic match between two excellent athletes or fucking great performers. He wants to do fucking mud wrestling with silicone-titted bimbos because he's sexually frustrated, and he wants the internet fans to think he's great because they're the ones that he can listen to. Because the other fans, the ones that pay all the money for all the tickets, they're cheering the stars. And guess what? He ain't a star. He's not on TV. He's a writer. Maybe he can fix that. Maybe, just maybe. Because the internet people are stroking him enough that the other artists, the ones running the fucking multi-million-dollar company in Atlanta, they don't know the fucking difference. He convinces them he's responsible for Vince McMahon's success. No, Vince McMahon was a millionaire before he met Vince Russo. He had Stone Cold Steve Austin. He had The Rock. He had The Undertaker. He had the best announcer. He had the best television studio. He had the best office staff. They got the smartest secretaries, for God's sake. It's a well-oiled machine run by one individual who, Vince McMahon, in my opinion, of the greatest wrestling we've ever seen, is vastly different, and we know that. But you know what? I learned that there is something in it. I do not like that. I do not like that style of wrestling. But I learned there's something in Vince McMahon's favorite statement. Chocolate, vanilla. Which one is the best? Okay, can I be mad at you for liking chocolate? I don't want that fucking chocolate near me. But if he liked the fucking chocolate, eat the goddamn chocolate. As long as I get my vanilla. So I've got my vanilla now. He's got his chocolate. Okay, I can deal with that. But, point being, Vince Russo didn't engineer that success. Vince Russo was a small part. What the proof that isn't in the pudding is the fact that the March in Atlanta, well, I saved the WWF, so now you can give me a lot of money. What did I say when he left? I said, he's going to take their money till they send him home, and then they'll probably pay him anyway, because they always do, and then he'll be out of the business in 2 years. What's he saying now? I'm going to be out of business anyway. Because he knows. He wrecked the business for a bunch of fucking money. So anyway, here's how he quit. Vince McMahon goes to England for a pay-per-view. Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara, who's another fucking real winner, who made fun of Jim Ross's Bell's palsy that almost ended his career. Ed Ferrara's a goddamn piece of fucking shit. Ed Ferrara was on who invented the fucking deal where alena, Jerry, got knocked off the fucking ring and had a miscarriage. And I went up to him and I said, let me ask you a question. How did that add a rating point? How did that sell a ticket? How did that do anything but make a lot of people in the audience, probably out there laughing, certainly some at home uncomfortable because it's happened to them, and if it happened to my girlfriend, I would come up if I knew you were the one and punch you in the fucking face for doing that. Why you knocked out? Yeah, this is wrestling. They don't look at it. Sure, they may look at swings, predetermined, phony, staged, whatever you may say, but they still don't look at it like it's a genuine acting performance. But on the other side of the coin, you can't defend it either way. It's real. It's a horrible thing to happen. It's fake. That's why she had this character. Why? Because it didn't serve any purpose. I said basically, it's just bad taste, and it didn't add anything. And what made me real fucking mad at my girlfriend, that it really happened to, that she got a fucking flashback and went to the bathroom crying, and I want to know who's responsible. And you pudgy little fat bastard, not fucking choke you. I don't think I said fat bastard. But, you know, if I'd been around when he did the JR thing, I would have punched him. I wouldn't even said fat bastard. I would have hit him in his fucking face. Just because that's bullshit. So anyway, Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara, who are now butt buddies, who are joined at the hip, after they never even met each other until Ferrara was brought in from California somewhere because he once wrote Duckman. I don't fucking know. You know, maybe he once fucked Duckman. Maybe he once was Duckman. Anyway, they went to a Vince Goes to pay-per-view in England. I know I'm throwing this out, but fuck these fucking guys. And they fly to Atlanta and make the deal because, see, they're office employees. And one mistake Vince made was counting on some degree of loyalty, honesty, or at least fucking human kindness from guys that he's made a lot of money from. They go to Atlanta, they sign the contracts. They fly back to Connecticut, where they both live now. Vince Russo has a house in Trumbull or whatever the fuck it is. Vince McMahon comes back the following day, straight into the Meadowlands for TV. Meadowlands, Trumbull, Connecticut, 60 miles. Even in New York traffic, I would have done it. Vince Russo didn't have the balls, didn't have the guts, didn't have the decency, didn't have the common courtesy to get his fucking ass in that car and drive to the Meadowlands and walk up to Vince McMahon and say, Vince, they offered me so much fucking money that I couldn't turn them down, and I appreciate it, it's been fun, here's a hearty handshake. He called him on the fucking phone. Vince McMahon gets a phone call on Saturday. Oh, by the way, your headliner is not only not coming to national television tonight, but he just took a job with your competitor. Fuck you, Vince Russo, you're a goddamn ballless fucking prick. And he was so underappreciated. He wouldn't give him the credit that that he deserved, that he was responsible for. Nobody recognized him. You know what they're recognizing now? They're recognizing what Vince Russo shit looks like when they didn't have Vince McMahon standing over and saying, you know what, those 24 ideas are real bullshit, but I'll take this good one. You got a bunch of fucking dancing bears parading around in the goddamn ring, a bunch of women with silicone, a bunch of goddamn cloak-footed, slap-happy fucking guys that couldn't work their way out of a goddamn paper bag, and he don't know the fucking difference. And he's out there beating Ric Flair up with a baseball bat because he finally got to be a star. Now he don't have to subsist on the internet marks fucking clapping for him. He can have the fucking roar of their dwindling crowds going, oh, that's, that Russo guy. He's a star. He beats the wrestlers. He's a fucking freak. He has no respect for the business or people. He made the statement, well, we'll just teach actors to wrestle because if I can learn to work in the ring, anybody can. There's a goddamn news bulletin I didn't hear about when I heard about World War II and all the other great happenings last 50 years. When did Vince Russo learn to fucking work? Jesus fucking Christ. I want to puke.
What exactly happened with you leaving it?
Oh, that's another man here, and this proves what a liar he is in addition to all his other fine qualities as a human being. I hope he sues me. As a matter of fact, Vince Russo, have you ever seen this? Sue my fucking ass and suck my dick while you're at it. You know what? I did make the comment to somebody, and I won't bury them by saying who, because I probably should have reported it. I said, if because I was coming to Louisville last year, one way or the other. I sincerely wanted, and I will tell you the wonderful story of my relationship with Danny Davis and how I'm tremendously gratified with what I'm doing now with OVW in a little while. But I was coming home because I started being in Connecticut, and I was coming home. And I made the remark, Russo has cut my balls off here since day one, because I know that Vince McMahon has been good to me. And like I said, chocolate vanilla wrestling, at least he's been honest, and he's not lied to me, and he's not cheated me, and he's not fucking cut my balls off behind my back, blah, blah, blah. Vince McMahon's one fault maybe is that when somebody tells him some things, he believes them too earnestly, or he believes in their loyalty or their honesty too earnestly, because otherwise he wouldn't let a fucking prick like Russo run around. But there's Russo ignoring his kids' little league games to sit in Vince's outer office to suck up to me. And it wasn't because he wanted to fucking play Sir Walter Raleigh and throw himself down over the mud puddle, because he wanted to cut everybody else's nuts off so that he could get the fucking spot, so that he could cut everybody's nuts off, and then he'd be a star. But anyway, I was coming here, I made the remark, if I go home without this developmental program working out like I wanted, and I don't have a check, I think I'm just going to hospitalize that fucking Russo my last day here, just because I just goddamn want to. Because he's been cutting my nuts off behind my back, just like he did to Jim Ross, just like he did to a lot of people, and he didn't have the fucking guts to say anything there foul. He'd argue with me to my face. But the problem is, I wasn't arguing with him because I didn't like him. I didn't like him at that point. There was a time we could ride together. That is no more. But I was arguing with him because I genuinely felt that it was more important. Now they don't hear from him. They don't hear from his wife. Their wife don't hear from his wife. They're just gone. They But as the WWF was going to be in Atlanta, maybe Russo thought he was going to run into somebody. Maybe he had a sudden flash of humanity or conscience. I doubt that. Whatever, he left a message on one of their voicemails. Give me a call. When you're in town or whatever. And that person happened to be riding in the car with me. And the person happened to work for the WWF. And I have to say to that person, I wish I had that motherfucker's number, because there's some things I never really got a chance to say to him before I left. Well, here's his number. Okay. Here you go. It must have been his cell phone. Because he answered his like 11 o'clock at night. It wasn't 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm driving the car. Hello? I recognize that voice anywhere. I said, Vince Russo. Yeah? Jim Cornette. He said, hey. I said, I just wanted, and this was after he got sent home the first time. I said, I just wanted to call you and congratulate you, you fucking piece of shit, on getting canned, getting your ass fired, getting sent home for being incompetent, you fucking piece of shit. You cut my goddamn nuts off long enough to everybody that you could, and try to get me fired long enough. So how does it feel to know that they finally fucking found out that you goddamn don't know what you're fucking doing? Fuck you. And then I said, and if you'd like my fucking home phone number, since I'm on a cell phone, bring it up where we can continue this. And I started giving it to him. I really said, he'd already hung up. Well, okay, that's his privilege. It's also my privilege, since I still possess that phone number, to call it the next day. Because I still had some things I had said to it. And that day his voicemail picked up that time, and I said, by the way, I'd just like to remind you also that you are the shits, and you're a goddamn piece of shit, you're a liar, just directed at him. I can't remember what it was, but it was actually one of the better Jim Cornette tirades directed at him, at Vince Russo, at the human slimeball himself. He calls the WWF Human Resources Department that's supposed to handle shit like, don't call each other names. I don't know what the fuck they do. I'm wrestling. I'm not Human Resources. He told them that I had threatened his children, that I said I wanted to fuck his wife. I've seen Amy. She's a saint to live with, the piece of shit, but I wouldn't. No, I'm not romantically interested. I didn't say anything about his kids. His kids are actually some fucking misbehaving Halloween to Moon fucking kids. I'm over at Bruce Pritchard's house one time. He had a little cookout and some ribs. He said, try my hammock. I said, I sure will. I'm laying in a hammock as peaceful as a tree. These little fucking pricks shot me with one of those goddamn water machine guns hooked up to a garden hose. I hate kids anyway, truth be honest. Most of them, because they're all, misbehaving. But anyway, so his kids are unruly kids, but I didn't say anything about his kids. His kids never did anything wrong to me besides shoot me with a water gun. I'll forgive that. His wife's never done anything. I was talking to him because he's the piece of shit that's fucked me around. So he calls him up and says that and tries to get the guy that gave me the number in trouble because Even though he doesn't work there, he still wants to fuck with everybody else. So Russo's just a piece of shit on a number of levels. He's devalued and destroyed a large part of the credibility of the wrestling business. Every time people turn on that Thunder and that Nitro and that Senseless, I mean, it looks like they edited in a Mixmaster, and the performances are horrible, and they can take talent and make it no talent. Like I said, you get Lance Storm in a match, he's stumbling around like a drunk man. Lance Storm, one of the most graceful people I've seen this side of nerdy of. What does that say for your... They can't book a match. They don't know what a match is. They've never had one. They think they've had them. They've actually had stumble, fumble, and fall matches. You know, so anyway, that's just brief little snippets of how I feel about Miss Russo. I could go on in detail. Right?
You're not a dish. You're a man. Most name brand bars and body washes you rub on your skin are...
Well, let's talk a little bit about Ronda Rousey. Because I have to say, in the last 4 days, 5 days or so, we've received more questions about Ronda Rousey than maybe any other topic that's ever come in a short period of time. How closely have you followed the recent outcry about Ronda Rousey's statements on pro wrestling?
Well, just over the last day, I've seen this shit on Twitter and people talking about it, and then obviously read what she said. They had a transcript.
Well, did you see the first thing? What started everything kind of going?
Well, I don't know. What started everything? What's causing all this?
She apparently was on the podcast that former MTV Jackass star Steve-O has.
Well, yeah, that's where she said, I had fun going out and playing, having fake fights with my friends, having fake fights with girls, that was fun, right? That was the first thing.
Well, what she said, here's a quote. What am I doing it for if I'm not being able to spend my time and energy on my family, but instead spending my time and energy on a bunch of fucking ungrateful fans that don't even appreciate me?
Well, I was getting there, but wasn't the fake fights before that?
No, I think that was after this.
Oh, all right then.
I love performing, I love the girls, I love being out there, but at the end of the day, I was just like, fuck these fans, dude. I love the WWE. I had such a great time. I love all the girls in the locker room. Running out there and having fake fights for fun is just the best.
Okay, there. Yeah. Fuck you. All right, go ahead. Keep going. I'm sorry.
But I was doing basically part-time, and I was away from home 200 days out of the year. And when I did get home, I was so sleep-deprived because you just don't have time to lay down. My family loves me, and they appreciate me, and they want all my energy to go into them. So that was my decision at the end of the day. It's like, hey girls, love what you're doing. I'm going to try and take all my momentum and push you guys as far as I can. Fly, little birds. Fly. I'm going fucking home.
This is good.
Kind of triggered everything at the beginning.
Yeah, well, that's where I was going with all of that. That's the first part that I saw, and then a bunch of people. But the point is, this fucking douchebag. Okay, and by the way, remind me never to compliment anybody. You see what happens whenever I compliment somebody? Then invariably they do or say something really stupid. Remember, I liked Mance Warner until he worked with the Invisible Man.
And you were very complimentary about Ronda Rousey. She had that debut at WrestleMania, maybe the greatest debut anyone's ever had.
Yes!
On a big stage, yeah.
Yes! But apparently now she thinks that she did it, I guess, because, you know, that now that she came with her stardom and her knowledge and her fucking momentum and pushed all the girls to stardom or whatever. Here's the thing, darling. Let me smarten you up to the wrestling business, because apparently nobody else has. You fucking ungrateful twat. You were a star in your world, and that world closely translates to professional wrestling. It always has. Boxing and now mixed martial arts and fighting and wrestling. You can become a box office attraction in wrestling if you've been good in another sport, and as Brock Lesnar showed, vice versa. Here's the problem, though. You didn't do it by yourself. Triple H laid that fucking match out.
Me personally, I don't.
Specifically because he wanted you to get over. Kurt Angle was her partner, right? Not only one of the quickest learners in the history of fucking wrestling, but also a fucking guy who was farther above Ronda Rousey in the shoot fighting world than she achieved than hers, to be quite honest. An Olympic gold medalist is about as far as you can fucking get. And Ronda Rousey performed her part admirably. And she did have a good persona, and I loved the game face when she walked out and did her
This
deal.
is
And
the
she
wrestling
treated
place
the
of
business seriously
Easternor,
when she was in
and
the
its
fucking
most
ring.
trusted generals.
But apparently
You
now,
should be cautious.
and I should have known something was wrong when she's the one that had the nervous breakdown twice when she lost 2 fucking MMA fights,
Return
right?
Wolfrat to
Broke down
Easternor.
crying and basically quit the
Should
business
open the
there
way.
because she lost twice. So she's a mental case. But now we find out, oh, it was just so hard. It was just so hard. I was on the road 200 nights a year, making 7 figures. I don't know exactly what her contract was, what her pay was for the fucking year. It's been reported at $1.5 million someplace. The point is, babe, I know the WWE. If anybody thinks Ronda Rousey can make over $1 million, you're fucking insane. And 200 days a year, my fucking asshole bleeds for you, darling. My asshole bleeds for you. Try working 100 days in a row for Bill Watts for $2 grand a week instead of what's a $12 grand a fucking month or whatever the fuck your pay works out to. And driving up down the roads in fucking Louisiana. You ever got into wrestling business that didn't come in given a 6-figure contract and their fucking efforts and diminish that? You whine and you gripe and your pussy needs powdered because you were on the road 200 days a year. Bang. You have no more respect, and you've gained no more respect for the business than to come out, and now that you're done with it, obviously, everybody so quickly, one minute at a time, every several months or whatever. But I don't remember Danny Hodge or fucking any of the noted shooters that have crossed over and had successful wrestling careers also calling it fake fights to the people. They never called it fake fights to the boys. Not off about them and turned heel there too, didn't she?
That is a way of explaining what happened to her now.
Can't go any further, Shield brother.
Every single girl she fought.
Ever since Dustman's camp, the big crawly ones have been too much for me.
Fuck you and your
Everyone
fucking
has
fake
his
fights.
weakness,
You're playing
and
with
this
your
one is
friends. You
mine.
pampered, overpaid,
I'm not
fucking
proud,
douchebag.
but I will stay back with
And
Philpus.
I
Give my
sincerely
regards
hope
to
that your
these
family
women.
supports you, because if you ever do, and I'm sure Vincent take her back, because he'll take any fucking cunt back, male or female, and fucking puts the mouth on him, as Dennis Corluzzo would say. I hope your family supports you, because the only popularity contest that you're going to get from now on for the rest of your life is another fucking plot. It's a contest that's always repeating family goes in, because the wrestling fans now are going to treat you like a fucking model. After those comments, you fucking pampered twat.
We were
Ronda Rousey.
Oh, what?
You know, I don't.
Okay, already?
I guess.
Is this live?
I guess she said my anticipation, but you basically the same thing.
I don't know if this is
This is a short audio, Jim.
Can you imagine if it was someone like, I don't know,
everyone is home and in downtime.
she'll deport him.
Many of the WWE women's wrestlers got on, I think this may be Twitch. I'm not exactly sure, but there's a video stream with several of their faces just sitting at home on their couches having girl talk. Here's Nia Jax. This came out right around the same time of this Ronda Rousey thing. And people were able to figure out that she was talking about Ronda Rousey based on timing of the story, how the story takes place, and the person she's talking about being arrested like this one
back when, I'm not going to mention any names, but Lexi, well, other than Lexi, but when Lexi was in, she was working at an angle, and she was continuously getting hurt by in a certain angle with somebody. And I remember her not saying anything, specifically because she wanted to be a team player. Like, she was so nervous, she wanted to be a team player, she didn't want to be somebody who, like, oh, I can't do this, but me personally from the outside looking I had to go to people, to the higher ups, and I had I'm a 6 foot, 300-pound bitch. Like,
for Codland.
But so I understand, like, there's a certain thing of like being quiet and taking it and being like, no, I want to be a team player, and then there's another side where it's like, shit, dude, I can't allow to see one of my good friends, not only my good friends, but my coworker. I want to be here in 5 years so I can continue to work her. Right. Like, getting her, like, I need to stand up and freaking be there for her and make sure that, you know, she's gonna be like her life.
I can't wait for Ronda to one day return to WWE. Even if WWE orders me to make Ronda look good in the ring, which is the only way for Ronda to look good in the ring with me, I'll risk my job to go down in history as the one from this biz that knocked her the fuck out. Hashtag test me, bitch.
Yeah, Nia Jax is related, is she not, to the Samoan family?
I believe, and I
might
be wrong with this. I think she may be a cousin to The Rock.
Why don't, if she's somehow Samoan, Ronda Rousey's fucked. Well, it ain't gonna happen to you. She's obviously, if she wouldn't have said that shit if she ever thought she would do this again. So she just needs to go back home to her farm and fucking... Possibly she's one of those people that
plow the fields and farm
and her, yeah.
Is someone there?
Fuck yeah. The fans in the arenas and the fans in Houston still playing. We're the fucking heels. We're the heels of the TV show. We're the fucking heels of that shit. Everybody hated fucking Roman Reigns.
And why, and she looks Alexa Bliss, I don't think she's ever fought in a cage. I don't think she's been in any contact sports. She might have been a cheerleader, whatever the fuck. I would have picked one of the larger, more physically equipped ladies to work with Ronda Rousey, especially if she was that fucking dangerous.
Well, I guess to put a bow on this, I've noticed that there's another tweet from Ronda Rousey. This is from 14 hours ago. Good night, hashtag rowdy ones and jabroni marks without a life that don't know it'll work when you work a work and work yourself into a shoot, marks. And with that, there's a video,
Shield, brother.
5 seconds in length, of her beating up a Hulk Hogan wrestling buddy.
My fellow Harbingers and I have been warming ourselves here, trying to evade Lucy.
Yeah, that I think is the one that I saw that on Twitter and I tweeted back to her, but I don't know if she sees it. I don't care. But you know, having another one of her fake matches, and obviously drunk at the time. DeMark to shoot DeMark.
Ronda Rousey.
And I let when people get in the business just long enough to fucking learn a couple of words, and then they don't even know what the words. It's sort of like shit stain. They don't know what the words mean, but they start using them.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
Hello, everybody. My name is Vince Russo, and today I come to you in a very different light. I come to you with sincerity. I come to you out of all humbleness. And I also want to apologize if during the course of this statement I get a little bit choked up.
My fellow
I'm going to use the use of some notes because I just want to make sure that I get in everything that I want to say.
Because your heart knows what it is.
Because this statement has been 18 years.
I'd wager old Vignar can see half a dozen of my predecessors.
Now, by now, I'm sure many of you have heard
the ones in Southern, the ones trapped
comedy routine on his podcast.
And they all see
me, personally,
you brought
it was
honor
nothing
to the
new.
name of
I've
the
been hearing
companions.
this since
You won't soon
1999. As a matter of fact, in 1999, the day I left
did
the
it.
WWE,
I can only
Jim Cornette left a
You
very
still have the
similar
witch's heads.
promo
Excellent.
on my
Throw one
voicemail
of
that
them
my
in the
young
fire.
children
It will release
heard
their
at the
magic.
time,
The
where he
means.
threatened to kill me, my wife, and my entire family. That was back in 1999, so 18 years later, history repeats itself, I guess. Now, with this video, many of my friends, my families, and my followers, they saw this cry for help and they said, enough is enough. It is time for you to take a stand and do something about Jim Cornette. So, I read a lot of that in CNN. I got a lot of phone calls, I got a lot of emails, I got a lot of direct messages. And about an hour ago, when I was outside and I was mowing my 5.5 acres, you know, around my log cabin and around my lake, a property which I own, thanks to my hard work and success in the wrestling business. I kept asking myself the question over and over, what
the
does
heroes of
Jim
old can join me in their rescue.
after
The harrowing of the
18
hunting
years of
grounds
the same
would be
song
a
and the
battle
same
of such
dance and the same act and the same
And perhaps
threats?
someday you'll join
What
us in that
exactly
battle.
is it that he
But for
wants?
today,
Now, we all know for
return
the
to your
record,
rescue. Triumph
I
in
offered
your
to
victory.
debate Jim
And lead
on
the
perhaps
companions to further
IPTV with all the money going to Cauliflower Alley, all the money going to charity, simply because I base, you know, my arguments on facts. I don't base my arguments on fiction.
Did he say you
but
were
as
to
you
lead the
all know,
companions?
Jim turned
Did I
down
hear
that
right?
offer.
Did he say you were to lead the companions?
Now, what Jim would like to do, according to
I'm
him,
just
is not
surprised.
have a
But your
civilized
strength and honor are apparent
conversation.
to
What Jim
all.
Cornette would like to do is he'd
And
like
it's
to
my
fight.
honor to be first
He'd
to
like to
address
be
you as
somewhere,
Harbinger.
no cap.
Let's go tell the others. You're someone who can get things done. I like that. And that's exactly what the old man wanted. I'm glad we could give it to him. Let's not waste any time. I'm still here. I'll be honest, I wouldn't have expected it. But that may just be because I remember when you were just a whelp who was begging to join. The old man trusted you, so I'll trust you. Eventually. But this is the tomb of Iskramor. I think I'm just going to commune for a bit. This place is worthy of some time. You go on ahead. I'll see you back there. I'm heading home if you need me. Do you have guidance for me, Harbinger? Let's not waste any time.
cameras, no guns, no knives, and have a fight. Let me address that. Now, I know a lot of you think I'm nuts and I'm a little out of my mind, but I'll tell you one thing I'm not.
That means something.
One thing I'm not is I'm not that crazy. And would I fight Jim Cornette? Well, in order to answer that, you have to look at him. You've got to look at that barn door wide ass. You have to look at that Kamala belly. You have to look at those Gumby-like arms. Would I want to mix it up with somebody like that? Surely I'd have to be out of my mind, because no doubt an ass kicking would be coming my way. So yes, I'm afraid of Jim Cornette. That ripped, chiseled stomach. And as far as the $5,000, I think Jim still thinks we're in Memphis circa 1970 when $5,000 actually meant something. Jim, $5,000 is not a lot of money. I don't need your $5,000. I'm doing fine, Jim. I'm on the #1 podcasting network in the country, Podcast One, bro. $5,000. But aside from all that, again, what was it that Cornette wanted? What is he looking for? And I'm going to tell you right now, but before I do, let me say this. There are going to be no personal attacks from me in this statement. I don't know Jim Cornette's mother. No, did I know her? But from what I understand, she was a very, very nice woman that Jim loved very, very much. Much like I loved my mom, who recently just passed away, God bless her soul. So I'm not going to attack Jim's mother. I'm not going to attack Jim's lovely wife, Sin, who I had the privilege of meeting on a few occasions, because when it comes down to it, this isn't about my mother, this isn't about my wife, this isn't about how much money I have, this is about Vince Russo and Jim Cornette. So let's get to the matter at hand. To be hounding me for 18 years like that pimple on your ass that just won't go away. Can you imagine having a pimple on your ass for 18 years? That no matter what you do, it doesn't go away. I'll take the high road. I'll ignore them. I'll challenge them to an open debate for charity. But the pimple on your ass just doesn't go away. You squeeze it, you pop it, but the pus just doesn't fly.
Yes? Until next time. Friends like you are hard to find, and very valuable.
My favorite drinking buddy. Let's get some meat. Azura's wisdom to you, friend. Oh, so you're the one in charge now. Fine, fine.
Whiterun belongs to the true sons
Shit,
of Sky.
no.
Might head down to the meadery later. See what's brewing up. Smell the honey.
And the 8 became 9. You walked among us.
Oh, so you're the one in charge now. Fine, fine.
You know what's wrong with Skyrim these days?
Might head down to the meadery later. See what you're brewing up. You can smell the honey.
Godlike Whitemane has been laid to rest, I know. And his soul live forever in the halls of Southern God.
I hope the Empire is...
And Greenland's the cold place.
Come on in.
Old friend.
The fire.
Patron
Take a
of the
seat
great
and get the
clan
cold down.
Battleborn. A name I'm sure you know well.
We've had more than 18. No, we've had more than 18. Bolivians are cold as fuck.
A fine day to you, friend. May you die with a sword in your hands.
You're the Harbinger of the companions. It is my honor to stand before you.
What guidance could you offer me?
What do you need, my friend?
What kind of weapon do you prefer? I like the smaller, quicker blades.
You've been a good friend to me. That means something.
You know I like hammers and
Of course, there is always work. My mind is someplace else, though.
You have one swing.
I think that maybe Kodlak was right. As a werewolf, I can't be a good Nord. I want to be clean, like he was, and go to Sovngarde when I finally die. Thank you, Harbinger.
I always thought the new Harbinger would be taller myself.
Vilkas said you're the new Kodlak. I don't know what that means, but you seem honorable, so that's good.
Blessings of Mara upon you. How may I help you, my son? Wonderful. Where to begin? Mara is the goddess of love. The temple spreads her gifts by tending to the sick, the poor, and the lost. We also perform wedding ceremonies for all the loving couples in Skyrim. Yes, if you were ready, of course. Are you familiar with how marriage works in Skyrim? Typically, love in Skyrim is as earnest as the people who live here. Life is hard and short, so there's little room for long courtship. A person who is looking for a spouse simply wears an amulet of Mara about the neck, showing they are available. When another person shows interest and the two agree to be together, one of them comes to the temple and we arrange a ceremony.
Oh, I think.
May you return to her benevolence in safety.
I wonder who's watching me.
An amulet of Mara. You're looking for marriage, then? Won't lie, I am. And you? Then it's settled. You and me. You should tell the priest we're getting married. They'll take things from there.
You've been a good friend to me. That means something. Until next time.
Blessings of Mara upon you. You wish to be married? It's good to see love blossoming even during these difficult times. Your wedding will be held tomorrow, from dawn until dusk. Don't be late. You don't want to miss your own wedding. May you return to her benevolence in safety.
Wait, I know you.
Watch what you're doing. It is our most favorite. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
Be brief, Imperial. There's only so long I can stand being downwind of your stench.
I've
A
never
fine
seen
day
the
to
old
you,
this
friend.
upset about
May you
anything.
die with a
The
sword in
city
your
really gets dirty.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
You've been in Riften for quite some time now, Lady Neil. I fear that you soon may leave us.
What are you doing that
Riften
for?
has problems of its own. Now is...
Ah, here's the proud groom now. Let's begin the ceremony. It was Mara that first gave birth to all of creation and pledged to watch over us as her children. It is from her love of us that we first learned to love one another. It is from this love that we learn that a life lived alone is no life at all. We gather here today under Mara's loving gaze to bear witness to the union of two souls in eternal companionship. May they journey forth together in this life and in the next, in prosperity and poverty, and in joy and hardship. Do you agree to be bound together in love, now and forever?
I do. Now and forever.
Do you agree to be bound together in love, now and forever? Under the authority of Mara, the divine of love, I declare this couple to be wed. I present the two of you with these matching rings, blessed by
It took me
Mara's
5
divine
hours.
grace. May they protect each of you in your new life together.
It's cool.
Married. It doesn't feel like I thought it would. But I'm happy. Where should we live? You could stay with me. But you have kids, right? We should find a home where we can live together.
Oh my god, now this bitch wants a house?
I'll be waiting for you at home then.
I already have a house. If anything, I have like technically 3 houses. It just sucks that the mod. It just sucks that the modded house basically fucking one child doesn't
Good to
count.
see you, dear. Let's not waste any time.
Congratulations on your wedding. I'm so happy for both. Watch it!
Shut up.
Mama took me to the market. There were lots of pies and cakes there. She said...
Yeah, because I adopted 2 children. Yeah, because I told you I adopted 2 children. What the hell's over here? Oh, wait, yeah, let's go to the So, and you know, and I married I married basically this one of the characters in the game.
We've stopped. What is it? What do you need to take? Let's go. What do you need to take? Lead on now. We've stopped. What is it? I'm heading home, if you need me.
Make me drink the soju. During grocery getting. God, friend. You're so hard to deal with.
Good to see you, dear.
Yeah.
Papa, you're home. Hey, I got you something. Hope you like it.
Oh, cool.
Oh, Lou, did we move all the ice to another side of the house?
Maybe.
That means we did.
Papa!
Well, that means I'm thinking straight.
Yes, love?
If I die, I die. It wasn't long for this world anyway. Fuck it.
Fine, when we're not fending off attacks by wolves, or bears, or giant spiders. Honestly, what were you thinking sending us out here?
I'll fix it later. You might cook something for me?
I can. Here, this is fresh. I'll have another one made tomorrow. I'll be here, my dear.
I wouldn't lie to you like that. I would not have.
Yes, love?
Papa!
Good to see you, dear.
Did you need something, Papa?
Yes, love?
It is good. I mean, I literally, so I heard from my friend who lives on, Melrose and Western that all the K barbecue shops were boarding up their windows.
I'll be here, my dear.